Wow, Luke.
No socks, but sure. Right? I should take a picture. How are you? Good, how are you?
Alec, where are you sitting? Good evening, everyone. I'm going to bang. All right. I know my gavel does not hold a candle to your drums, but good evening, everyone. I'm happy to welcome you to our meeting this evening. I call the Thursday, January 26th, 2023 Peninsula School District Board of Directors business meeting to order. We have some special guests with us tonight, so I would like to call up Lola, Ginny, and Richard from Vaughn to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would all stand with us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm going to kick it right off with the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda tonight? Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Chuck and seconded by David to approve the agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, the motion is carried. The agenda is approved. Okay, tonight we have a very special performance by the Vaughn Elementary Huskies. I'm going to invite Abby Barabee to come up and introduce your team. Thank you.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Barr. I am not going to talk long because you are not here to see me. You want to see these beautiful drummers back here. I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Mills, our amazing music teacher.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. My name's Lisa Mills, and I'm the music teacher at Vaughn Elementary School. As you know, the Peninsula School District has a strategic plan. You're well acquainted. I have been studying it. I noticed the first 3 words of the vision is to inspire excellence. And you're all nodding. Under values, it's also highlighted that our plan is to support every child's unique journey to excellence. Through the experience of drumming, these young musicians from Vaughn Elementary School have pursued excellence. They have worked hard. They've made improvements in their skills. They're traveling the path to musical excellence. I want to thank the school board for all you do to support music education in our schools. Our first speaker is Dylan.
Hi, my name is Dylan. And my name is Sophia. And we are the Whole Note Huskies from Vaughn Elementary School. We meet at recess to play drums like the djembes and the tubanos. Music is a language, and our learning goal is to count, read, play, and perform rhythms. By listening to us play tonight, you should be able to understand the difference between beat and rhythm. It is easy to play and count notes that fall directly on the beat, like this. 1, 2. But most of the time, drumming uses combinations of long and short sounds that take less time than one beat. Here's an example of a rhythm.
My name is Uriah. Dividing a beat of time into smaller parts takes coordination and mathematical reasoning. Rhythms are fractions, and counting is an important tool for musicians. Counting helps us communicate with each other and work out the musical sounds in time. We have prepared a drum piece to play for you. It is adapted from a book called Saturday Night at the Dinosaur Stomp. Listen to how some of us play the beat and others layer in rhythm on top of the beat.
Bonjour, my name is Macy. We hope you understand a little more about the difference between beat and rhythm. Thank you for listening to us perform today. We appreciate everything that you, the school board, does to support Peninsula School District students like us. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you. You guys, that was awesome. Yeah, I want to see if we can get all of the students up here, and Miss Mills and Miss Barabee. Can we get a picture with all of you up here? Can we squeeze in the front? Yes, of course.
Somebody's crying. What's that? Yeah, I just stroked into that one. Excuse me. Get out of your way. Hey, Chris. Hey, how are you? Good, how are you?
Where's the photo op from? I know. That's what I'm.
Get them all in there.
Oh, yeah. Is that okay?
Yes. Nice. Thank you.
Good job. I was proud of you saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah. Oh, good. I thought you were a bunch of Good job, buddy. Give them a drop. Hey, that's a good picture.
Nicely done, Reed. Awesome job, Logan. Great job, Janice. You guys are awesome. Nicely done, Olivia.
Well done. And it's wonderful.
Okay, if only we could have a drum intro for all of our agenda items. Unfortunately, we're going to roll to the consent agenda, which is significantly less exciting. Okay, so rolling on to item number 5. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda prior to the vote? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jennifer and seconded by Lori to approve the consent agenda. All in favor? Aye. Motion is carried. Consent agenda has been approved. We're going to roll on to our student school board rep reports. So Jasmine, do you want to start us off? For Gig Harbor.
Hello.
Okay, cool.
All right, so on January 11th, we had an MLK assembly, and it was a really big hit. We had guest speaker Tevin Lucas fly down from Phoenix, Arizona, and speak to the students about making a difference in your school and in your community. The Black Student Union was introduced to Gig Harbor by a speech done by me. The club had its first meeting on Tuesday. We talked about future events that we're looking forward to and what we hope to see come from this life-changing group. Our hopes were at around 15 to 20 people, but 50 people showed up, which was awesome. Our next steps will be to decorate the school with past civil rights leaders and posters and watch movies based around racism to educate students further about social justice. Leadership has made posters to encourage students to do good on their finals, and leadership has big plans for senior prom in June. Spring sports are starting, lots of people signing up for track and field, baseball, soccer, etc. The Gig Harbor Tide Scholarship Foundation took over Fondies on Tuesday to add money to this class of 2023 scholarships. And next events are Valentine's Day, and that's about it. I do not.
Testing. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's Avery, and so there's a lot going on at Peninsula right now. So a little sports update. Our girls basketball just won their game last night by 22 points, and so that means they're currently #1 in the league. So they're doing awesome. Wrestling is also doing well. They actually have a meet against Gig Harbor tonight. For MLK Day, leadership students put together a video celebrating MLK by reading lines from his famous I Have a Dream speech. We had some students read lines and then him read some lines and kind of put it together. It was really cool. And then in our homeroom classes, we passed out paper, and each class wrote what their dream for PHS is, and then we put it on our I Have a Dream wall. And then January for ASB and leadership is just kind of a planning month. So with Winterfest over and everything, we took charge in planning multiple school events, such as the Avid Club is going to do a dress swap where people donate dresses, and then they can go in and for free pick out a dress for Spring Fling, which is really cool. We're planning Black History Month. We're going to do media and art displays around the school. We're planning Share the Love Month, which is in February. Have some cool things for that. And Breaking Down the Walls, we're bringing that back in March, so we've been planning that, as well as our Spring Fling Dance and Assembly and our annual Mr. Peninsula fundraiser. And then we have an update from Purdy Elementary. They have a lot going on. The Purdy staff are learning how to infuse math and dance with Sabian Pleasant from Arts Impact. 4 teachers are being mentored by Sabian, and additional teachers are observing the mentored teachers teach math-infused dance. The dance has inspired our 4th grade students to lead a brain dance at our monthly assemblies. It's been exciting to see teachers learning and students leading as they are inspired by the arts. And then their 5th grade students started dancing classrooms last week and will be learning a variety of dances, including ballroom, folk, salsa, and more. And the students have made significant growth in reading. They have read over 180,000 minutes to duct tape to Mr. Sam's to the wall. That was a good incentive. It was a memorable event and inspired students to read. They also have their stream night on Thursday, February 9th from 5 to 7 p.m. And they will begin working with Tacoma Playhouse as students perform the play The Lion King on March 24th. And they said feel free to check out all of these events on their Facebook page. And then we also have an update from Key Peninsula Middle School. The 8th graders are going to Junior Achievements in Auburn on January 23rd and the 24th. Junior Achievements develops financial literacy for teens. Students have worked hard in class since December 2nd to get ready for this. And the wonderful Gig Harbor Rotary gave funds to middle school for this opportunity to happen. Also, the PE classes and volleyball teams are enjoying the brand new gym. Yeah, that's all I have.
So, I didn't have as much as them, but from their speeches, I could now add on to my speech. Like for MLK Day, I hadn't put it on here, but we made a quilt on the wall. It's just a bunch of piece of paper squares that were put together, and they have the students' dreams on them. And we watched a clip from the Martin Luther King speech, "I Have a Dream." And on top of that, similar to their future dress pop-up shop that's going to happen, we just got done doing a pop-up shop that's just for clothes in general, all clothes. Everything was 100% free, and so it was all donations. We actually had to stop asking for donations and stop taking donations because we got so many donations that we are saving some clothes for later for other events because we don't have time in a week to get rid of everything. Since this is the end of the semester, we have around 6 kids graduating early. So the next time we'll see those 6 kids is for the graduation ceremony. We're super close to having our own merchandise for the school, thanks to a project one of the leadership kids is doing. And our school has also partnered with Ridgewell Company to recycle plastic film. So they're making us scan like a little QR code and sign up for their thing. And for everything person that signs up for it, we get like $25 to our school, as well as helping recycle any plastic film that cannot be recycled. We also just did our career/college fair. Several colleges came around, over 8, I believe, and all talked about their colleges, as well as give away some free stuff to us, because everyone loves free lanyards and stuff like that, am I right? We also have 15 new students coming in this semester, too. So we're getting ready for that. And then the big topic of the month, week, girls' bathrooms problems. As everyone likes to know, girls like to congregate in the girls' bathroom. But when you add smoking on top of that, that causes problems. So they've shut down both the girls' bathrooms and have now just reopened them. And that's about it. Any questions?
I have one question, actually. You said you have 15 new students coming in?
15.
And do you have something planned to welcome them, or what does that look like?
I helped Karen, our secretary, put together gift bags for them.
That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. Okay, any other questions for Henderson Bay? All right, thank you guys. Thanks for sharing that information. A lot of stuff going on in your schools, and everyone is done with this. Henderson Bay, you're on quarters, correct? So a little bit different system, but you guys, congratulations. You have a 3-day weekend. You just finished your semester, so time to rest a little bit. So we'll try not to keep you too late tonight. Okay, so moving on to comments from the community. As you know, speakers will be given up to 3 minutes or less depending on the number of registered speakers. We'll be displaying a countdown timer so that speakers will be aware of their time. I'll call the first speaker's name and the next up speaker. Speakers, please state your first and last name for the record. We do have a really long meeting tonight with a lot of presentations, so I'm going to ask you to please keep your speaking to 3 minutes. I'm going to apologize in advance. I will have to cut you off at 3 minutes tonight, and I don't want to do that. It feels really rude, but in respect for everyone's time, 3 minutes is going to be the rule for the night. So our first speaker is Claudia Jones, and after Claudia will be Diane Nelson.
Claudia Jones. I am here because I have a long history with the school district. The front page of the Keepan News was like a gut punch to me. If anyone saw that here a couple of weeks ago. There's been a lot of growth and change, but KPMS often struggles to get assistance or any attention from the powers of Gig Harbor. I excused a lot of neglect last year due to the pandemic. All of our programs have suffered, and I feel it is taking a toll on our students. 5 paras working together like crazy for eight weeks with no certified teacher for the options program. It seemed like that was very stressful for all of us. We've benefited from 2 fabulous building subs and a retired teacher that came in to try to assist, who had also run the program several years ago, but she herself became injured due to the lack of adequate support. Also, a thought, why couldn't we have thinned out our vulnerable students to other middle schools to better balance our para to student ratio during this time? We've bussed kids in from Tacoma and Auburn in the past, and I don't understand why that wasn't addressed that way. I've watched our staff go above and beyond with some sort of shortage every day. Office scrambling, filling vacancies, discipline, scheduling, everything. Our custodians are helping with behaviors, cleaning up mud from construction, and moving furniture as well. And again, we love having a new building. The PE classes are now in the gym part-time, and our portables have both the band and choir in them. Was there ever a consideration that KPMS together could split shift with Harbor Ridge, like Kopachuk with Goodman, and each go half days and do the core classes? Finally, we have 73 IEPs in resource. I have been assigned to a one-on-one, while my coworker does the best she can with the 8th grade history and science classes. 2 paras for all of these kids. Our detention suffers because there is no room to put in a in-building suspension, and so the article in the paper was significant to me. Our staff is amazing, and are now taxed beyond what I think is adequate for our endurance. We have a wonderful principal and vice principal that keep telling us we got this. This week they moved
Claudia,
it very...
I'm going to have to stop you at your 3 minutes here. We do want to hear
Okay.
the rest of what you have to say, so if you would submit it in an email so that we can
Absolutely.
hear the rest of it, please. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, after Diane is going to be Matthew Abel.
Hello, my name is Diane Nelson, and I'm here tonight because I wanted to share some good news. I just, of course, as a retired teacher, I have a passion for reading, and I loved your reading program, Kristen. I didn't do yours because I want to read where I'm building relationship at the schools where I'm volunteering, but I just want to report back that at Artendale Elementary, I come in as a volunteer a couple days a week, and they're actually letting me teach reading groups, which I'm so excited because, I mean, I am a retired teacher, but they're actually letting me teach them, and I just love doing it. And I was going to share some stories, but I can cut mine short. I'm going to tell you 2 really memorable things, and there's a reason why I'm sharing these stories. But one time after the last day before winter break, you know, you always have a celebration of some kind. So I asked the teacher if I could come in and read a story to the class, and she let me. And I brought oranges at just the appropriate time in the story to create a cognitive memory with them. And they answered higher level thinking questions when I was done. You could have heard a pin drop in that room. And as I'm getting ready to go, one of the little boys who had been really squirrely in reading groups came up to me, just threw his arms out hugged me as hard as he could, nestles his head in there and says, "Thank you so much for reading me that story." You guys, I come and I volunteer and I teach the reading groups, and this little girl who's really been struggling, she just looks up at me yesterday and says, "Thank you so much for coming and teaching me." It's like these kids are excited about learning. They want to learn. But the thing of it is they've been robbed for so much by, COVID closing schools down, which I just think never should have happened. But needless to say, they've been robbed. And it's not only me going there and volunteering, I happen to be the only grandma, but they have parents that are coming in every day and volunteering too. And parents are doing reading groups. And the kids are getting all this individual attention where people are reading with them and at their comfort level actually teaching them. And the kids are learning a lot and they're excited about reading. The kids see me come in and they say, "Oh, Mrs. Nelson is here. Oh, I want to be in your reading group next time." And I'm not saying this because I'm so good at reading. I'm saying this because I want to point out to what the kids are feeling and what they're saying. They are craving for the individual attention. And when you have just one teacher with 24 kids, I know because I was that teacher with 24, sometimes 27, you can't get to them all. And so I just think it's so important that we open up opportunities like what they're doing at Artendale for community members, parents, grandmas, whoever it is, to come in and give our kids that needed attention that they need from caring adults. Yeah.
My name is Matthew Abel. And I'm proud to be an educator at KPMS. In addition to teaching science, I also coach cross-country and track, along with hosting Pride Club. It is in my role as a track coach that I'm here speaking this evening. I wish that I was able to talk about equity, but the reality is that equality within our district does not exist once you are on the other side of the Purdy spit. Specifically, I am here to speak about the long jump facilities at KPMS. The asphalt base is full of potholes along with tree roots, while the rubber mat placed on top is slick and ripped. Additionally, the sand pit resembles concrete rather than a cushioning material to absorb impact. Dating back several years, this has been a known problem that has resulted in numerous injuries. Returning from COVID last year, the existing problems had worsened to the point where even walking on the surface was hazardous. We patiently reached out through all the standard channels, directly to maintenance, multiple conversations with the middle school athletic director, as well as our building administration following the appropriate chain of command. None of our efforts resulted in a response from PSD. The only maintenance we received on our facilities was a late and partial striping of our track and an emergency installation of 2 signs letting our parents know that they could not bring their pets or their barnyard animals onto our field. As a result, my athletes were not able to train or participate in the long jump during meets, as were all of the athletes from all other 3 middle schools within our district. We are out of patience. After many administration-led conversations as well as emails, I received a district response and met with the head of maintenance on the KPM track 2 days ago. While I appreciated the meeting, by its end, nothing was settled other than a hope for an additional meeting at some point in February. This is not acceptable. While my immediate concern is the long jump, it is just a single piece of a much bigger problem. From being placed into newly remodeled facilities that are unfinished, in many cases unsafe and in general disrepair, a message is being sent to my kids. From the lack of technology support, para support, special education support, advanced classes in math, foreign language options, a clear message is being sent to my kids. Regardless of whether it is explicit or implicit, every day PSD is informing my kids they are lesser, that they are of less value than if they had a different address. Nearly 1 year after moving into our remodeled wing, our classrooms do not have locks. Our newly completed school entry doors do not close. The safety of our building students and staff is not valued. I say these things not as someone with 18 months of experience within our district, rather as a stakeholder of 46 years. I'm a product of PSD, I've raised 3 children through PSD, and I have a strong understanding of perceptions across the district from the view of a student, a parent, and an educator. The inequality and disregard for the section of the district on the key is nothing new and is firmly entrenched within the district culture. While we cannot change the past, we need to change the future. As a school board, you need to do better for our kids on the key. And as district administration, There's no option but to do better for our kids on the key. And next time I stand in front of you, and there will be a next time, I want to dig into the work of equity. I want to be able to speak about how, as a district, we can take the uniqueness of our geography and backgrounds and position our students for success, all of our students. Thank you.
After Carol will be Jack Sewell.
Hi, Carol Rivera, Peninsula Education Association President. I didn't prepare a planned speech this time. I just wanted to make sure that I talked a little bit about wellness, and our focus for February is the holistic wellness of our staff. And so that goes into many areas. As you can see, that we are responsible for educating, caring for, keeping students safe, all of those things, which do take an emotional toll. So that's one area that people need to focus on. So their physical well-being, and a lot of us have maybe New Year's resolutions and other things. Sometimes we have to prioritize ourselves, and that's challenging when we're always worrying about the students and families that we serve. Today, you mentioned that the students have 3 days off. What is happening tomorrow is our middle school teachers are receiving much needed ongoing professional development, while our high school and elementary teachers have an unpaid day so that they have the gift of time to finish grading, to finish their report cards, to finish all of the demands, and then prepare for the new semester. I want just to make sure that you know, in the work that we are doing, we try to really take the load off of educators when they have challenges and other things, to support them, to give them an avenue to fix things in their own buildings, through their leadership teams, through the district, and other ways. And I think continuing to have teacher and educator voice in the decisions that we make is really critical. And listening to that feedback that is provided is essential in order to create schools that are healthy, not just for the students, but also for the educators, so they maintain their ability to work with the challenges that they face every day, the long-term pieces of it. Many of our schools, both at Kopachuk and KPMS, with the construction there, the two buildings that have had to live through construction. And so those things are magnified in those buildings. And so I appreciate your thoughtfulness, and for you to listen to our staff when they need something. Thank you.
Is Jack here? Jack Sewell?
We have 3 names in there. Do you mind if we all come up together?
Oh, sure. Tell me who. Okay, so we've got, do you have an order that you wanted to speak in?
I was going to introduce them to you, if you don't mind.
My name is Joanna Babbitt. I am a teacher at KPMS. I am a mother of a student at KPMS, and I am one of the other track coaches. I have brought Abigail and Jack with me because I thought it would be good for you to hear from their perspective as well. So I will introduce you to them, and then I'm going to wrap up at the end. So we probably need 6 minutes for all 3 of us. I do have to mention before Abigail speaks that not only was she a whole note Husky, but she did design the t-shirts that they wore tonight. So just so you know. Okay. Or does Jack want to go first? Abigail. Okay. Abigail it is.
Hello. My name is Abigail Hone. I go to Peninsula Middle School. I am the ASP president, and I was in track and field last year. We would like to discuss how our school feels neglected, I guess, and ignored. Much like Mr. Abel said, past the spit, it feels like a lot of the schools we have heard them talk about us being I've heard the word poor or goth, I guess, I don't know, but, I've heard that a lot because our school is one of the farthest away and not and so they don't really hear much about that, but also because our school, the track, is not in very good condition. And as an 8th grader, I would really like to experience what the other school's 8th graders get to experience. I really like to do high jump and sprinting, and I would really like to try long jump, but I have not gotten the chance to do that. And I also feel a little bit unsafe on the high jump because there's a lot of moss and rocks and dirt, and it's very slick, especially when it rains. And I would really like some attention brought to that. And yeah.
Thank you, Abigail. And here's Jack.
Hello, my name is Jack Sewell, and I would like to bring to your attention that the condition of the KPMS track is currently not up to standard, and as of currently, our long jump pit is without question unusable without major risk of injury. I, as an 8th grader, have not had the opportunity whatsoever to even test the long jump. I fully intend on pursuing my track career in high school, and I, as well as others, would like to have the same opportunity as other schools in competing in competitions such as Harbor Ridge, Goodman, and Kopachuk. All of these schools I just listed have the opportunity to practice, study, compete in long jump activities, while KPMS Middle School does not have that opportunity. I feel that I should have just as many opportunities as an athlete no matter what school I go to. Thank you for your time.
So thank you to Abigail and Jack. We also have Sophie and Brix with us as well, who are all very well students who are involved in all sorts of things. We got volleyball players, we got cross country, we've got track here. These are your very well-rounded students who want every opportunity that every other student in the district has. And you've got 3 of them right here who would have loved to have done the long jump last year. And we asked for attention to be brought to it, and there was nothing that could be done by the end of the year. What I want you to know is it is January now, and track will start the Monday after spring break. And we have heard that the first time anyone will come back to KPMS is February 10th. Fingers crossed that all the subcontractors can come on that day. So if they come on February 10th, we have a 2-month window to have this up and ready for these students who have never been able to try this. If they go to 9th grade next year and they want to do long jump, they're going to be behind every other student from every other school. I have a feeling you've maybe read this book, but I'm going to mention it again. It's How Children Succeed by Paul Tuff. And here is a quote from the New York Times. He said, so this is said about the book, what it illuminates the extremes of American childhood. For rich kids, a safety net drawn so tight that they have a harness. For poor kids, almost nothing to break their fall. So what they did a study with inner city kids. They poured resources into it, and they saw huge successes just because they gave kids more money there, more experiences there. Our kids can't necessarily do every summer camp that's offered. So I just want you to know that we want for our kids what everyone else gets. We want them to be treated not only the same, but maybe even a little bit better, so that they can have what other families have. Thank you.
Oh, you got 9 seconds.
I would also like to add that our staff and all the students are absolutely amazing there. It is quite amazing at the school, and we deserve what all the other schools have.
Our next speaker is Sarah Garriott.
You can say Garriott, I'll still answer. Thanks. My printer went down, of course, right before I came, so I'm going to try and do this on my computer. We'll see if I can make it work. Good evening. My name is still Sarah Garriott. Happy New Year, by the way, to all of you. I have about 6 speeches I need to give tonight, but I only have time for this one, so I wanted to give all of you big kudos, first of all, for making literacy a top priority in our district and allowing the community to come in and read to the kids like Diane talked about. I heard a lot of really great stories about that, and I am thrilled. Thank you so much. What a top-notch, braggable thing. So well done. Next month, I hope to present to you information on the Moms for Libraries Foundation project, which Moms for Liberty Pierce County chapter is participating in. And speaking of literacy, we will have books to donate for our schools and our districts and our classrooms. So please stay tuned. I am really excited about that. And I would like to know who in the district I need to talk to be able to facilitate that, if I can get that information. On November 30th, Jay Inslee came to Tacoma for his Governor's Equity Summit. With academic scores recently released from across the state showing record lows, I was stunned when the governor's appointed education agency told other state agencies that concepts like, quote, individualism and, quote, worship of the written word, end quote, were white supremacist and should be replaced with indigenous relational pedagogy, including collectivism, which is Marxism, and orality, or the oral word instead of a written tradition. I don't need to tell you that without literacy, as you obviously all value, we lose our history and we become enslaved. It would be nice to just shrug and roll our eyes and say, well, that won't happen here, Sarah. But I'm sure you are aware of SB 5237 right now in Olympia, which aims at shifting local school board jurisdiction over curriculum to the state. If made into law, it would also withhold 20% of the district's budget if you do not comply with that curriculum mandate that the state intends for our children, as I understand it. And I urge you to become very involved in stopping this gross overreach. Since Washington became a state, we have always been very proud of being a local control state. And now the educational chair at the Senate committee mocks that idea as thinking of our districts as, quote, little sovereign states, end quote, afraid of, quote, losing our power, end quote. Yes, and we are afraid of that, and rightly so, because the power is shifting out of the parents to the elected officials' hands, who should be able to have the say in directing our children's education, into the hands of those who would tell us individualism is dead and we should do away with the written word. If this district is still using the same attorney that lectured parents for over an hour in August of 2021 on why we weren't allowed to push back on this governor's lockdowns and mask mandates while we parents were only given 3 minutes to comment, I suggest you find an attorney who knows how to stand up for parents in our district. Attorneys are like physicians. You can always get a second opinion. Please get one. The district, being only one of a handful who passed a CRT resolution not to call anyone oppressors or victims, might also come into the crosshairs. Am I done?
Yes, you are.
I can't talk fast enough. I will send it to you.
In an email.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we are going to transition to agenda item number 8, moving on to reports and discussions. So the first item on the agenda is item 8.1. It's the 2021-2022 year-end financials, and our CFO, Ashley Murphy, is going to present for that.
Okay, so seeing our very full agenda, I'm going to run through this, and then if you guys have questions at the end, feel free to throw them my way. So what we're covering tonight is our overall financial statement. So what we report to the state as far as our revenues, our expenditures go for last school year. So this school district, we are on a fiscal year. It runs from September 1st through August 31st. Okay, next slide. That would be me. Probably will. There we go. Off, on. There we go. Maybe. Okay, you got it? The green button keeps turning off. Okay, so first up is our general fund. Our general fund is where all of our run-of-the-day operational funds are stored. So the main revenue driver for this fund is our enrollment. So it is our full-time equivalent student FTE. So budget assumptions and year-end actuals, what our budget is based upon is a rolling enrollment category. So when Karen was here, she had budgeted 9,121 FTE. Where this district actually landed for last school year was 8,580 students. So this was 541 FTE below budget projections. And you're going to see how this translates to some more of the revenue and expenditure data further on in the presentation. Next slide. Okay, so a recap of last school year, and I'm sure not everyone needs a full recap because I'm sure it's all right there in the forefront of your mind, but we were still in the continued pandemic challenges. So we started the year at 6 foot social distancing, then we got to move to 3 foot social distancing, and then state changed things up again towards the end of the year. So we still had health screenings, we still had the PPE, we still had additional custodial sanitation requirements, all of that as it carried out throughout the year. We saw that approximate loss of enrollment of 845 FTE from pre-COVID. We saw a return of 183 of that FTE during that school year. We also saw increased costs associated with these required safety measures because of the pandemic. Next slide. Okay, so when we're looking at our general fund and our actual costs versus our budgeted costs and where we landed as far as variances go. So our local taxes, we collected about 638,000 over budget. This normally occurs when individuals in a community, let's say they don't pay, they are paying their taxes late and it crosses over into the next fiscal year. We'll see a higher collection at that point. In addition to that, there was some hold harmless language that was in effect because of the pandemic that allowed us to be able to collect, continue to collect levy at the same rate that we were in prior years, even though our student enrollment had declined. So we did see a variance on that side. Our local non-support revenues, and you can see sort of the list of what actually falls into that. We saw an increase of about 1.7 million. When you look at the vast majority of that, it was based upon an E-rate reimbursement, so dollars that we received in order to purchase Chromebooks because of the pandemic. That made up the vast majority of that increase. You see there that our state apportionment, our state revenues, which is our vast majority of our revenue drivers there, it decreased by about $4.3 million. That was due to the lost enrollment. We did receive some stabilization revenues, and that's why you're not seeing that negative $4 million actually be closer to $10 million. Our federal revenues, we saw an increase. Those are as the result of our ESSER claims, so our federal ESSER grants. And then our other revenue category, this is an area that historically you budget capacity in case you have additional revenues or expenditures. We didn't utilize that last year, therefore you're seeing less revenues on that side. Next slide. So I went through a lot of these pieces here, sort of explaining while we were going through the slide why you were seeing those variances. So if you need additional clarification, that's where it's at. Next slide. Okay, so now we're looking at our actual expenditures by object. So our certificated salaries had slightly decreased. Actually seeing it as close as it was is really great. That was a very good certificated budget. So classified salaries, we are seeing a decrease there. The largest reason for a decrease on that side are unfilled classified positions that were hard to fill during the pandemic. Employee benefits, we're seeing a decrease there. Due to a capacity budget that had been budgeted for SEB increases, cost increases that didn't come to fruition during the pandemic. Supplies and materials, you're seeing a decrease as far as what was actually spent versus budgeted. Purchase services, we see an increase there of approximately $3 million. When you can't fill classified positions, you normally contract out. And so you just see a swap of where it ends up being coded. Travel, we were pretty much right on the mark as far as what was budgeted. And capital outlay actually increased. So these would be expenditures on improving our facilities that don't run through the capital projects fund. So there was work done on our facilities in excess of the original $218,000 budgeted. Mm-hmm.
loss of $8.5 million, 8.4, how did they come up with $4 million rather than do no harm would be 8.4? So how did they statewide make that come up?
So what they were dealing with is OSPI put together a formula that was driven on each district's diversity, poverty ratios, and Title I formulas based upon the number of ESSER dollars received, and then divvied the funds out based upon that formula. So Peninsula School District being low poverty and low diversity and having a low Title I formula ratio, technically received less dollars overall than what we should have received, but we did receive more dollars than districts who received higher ESSER allocations. So we were smack dab in the middle as far as the actual allocation goes. Okay, so next slide. So this explains some of the reasons why we're seeing the variances across our expenditures. One of the things, obviously, adding 2 new schools into this district, it's going to take a few years for as far as the budget goes for the utilities and additional supply usage and everything to stabilize, and so that we know what it costs to run 17 educational buildings in this district. So you're seeing some ebb and flow on that side. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this goes into an overall recap of where we thought we were going to be versus where we ended. Now, for the individuals that heard my presentation at the beginning of the year when we started working through our budget for this year, I had discussed how it was imperative that we end last fiscal year with $13.8 million in the bank. We ended with $13,862,684. So this was important because we are a modified accrual school district and we need cash flow in order to get through the school year, because a lot of our hold harmless COVID type support has now gone. And so we need those dollars to be able to get us through the operational portions of this school year. So we hit the mark and we were just below the 6% required amount for the board goal range. And you can see what had originally been budgeted was just over 4%. Next slide. Okay, so now we start going through the capital projects fund. Capital projects fund, your revenue sources are often your capital bond proceeds. If a district has a capital levy, that's where they hit, is in your capital projects fund. Any impact fees that we receive from Pierce County and City of Gig Harbor for new developments, and investment earnings. Your expenditures tend to be your arbitrage compliance, your new construction, your actual costs of building the schools, and then the modernization of the 2 middle schools. Each year, the purpose of having dollars in your capital projects fund is to spend them. So each year you budget to fully spend them in hopes the contractors are gonna get everything in gear and they're gonna get the projects done. So next slide, you're going to see that we budgeted to spend it all and bring that fund balance down to 1.2 million. And the projects haven't finalized yet, so we actually ended the year with 26 million in that fund. And then we budgeted again for the current school year in order to bring that back down and finish out our current projects. Next slide. Okay, so our debt service fund. The debt service fund is the fund that we utilize in order to pay our principal and interest payments on our outstanding bonds that fund the capital projects fund. So there's just a chart right there showing the amount of principal payments versus interest payments over the course of the last few years. You can obviously see the year in which our bonds were sold for new construction, and then this last school year where the total payment drops a little bit. Okay, next slide. Okay, so for debt service fund, each year we calculate what we will levy, because that's what drives the revenues in this fund. We calculate what we're going to levy based upon our amortization schedule, so our principal and interest payments for the bonds. So we had budgeted to end the year at about $4.9 million in that fund. We ended at about $5.1 million, and you can see that our revenue variance towards the top. So that would be levy in was about $110,000 more than expected. So we had a net increase to our fund of about $120,000. Okay, next slide. ASB. So this is the kids' fund. This is their money. They actually tell me through driving their own ASB budgets what they are going to do. So our schools that have ASB funds are all of our high schools, all 4 of our middle schools, and 2 of our elementary schools. And so the kids with the principal or their advisor, they get together and they determine what's going to be our fundraisers, what's going to be our revenues, what's going to be our expenditures. They put together a sheet and send it my way, and that's what drives this fund. Next page. Okay, so our revenue based upon what the kids had thought was going to be occurring last year, they thought they'd bring in about $1.8 million. You can see that it was significantly less. That's a trend statewide. It's because of COVID. We were limited in what we could do still when it came to social distancing, and it really impacted the kids' ability to raise the money. Expenditures, obviously, if you're raising less money, you're going to spend less. But what the kids did do is they added to their fund balance. So they didn't spend more than they earned. So they ended the year with just over $1.1 million, which is a $309,000 variance from where we had anticipated they would be. Transportation Vehicle Fund. So the only revenues we actually put into this fund outside of running a transportation vehicle levy, which we have not done anytime recently, is yearly depreciation revenue from OSPI and the sale of buses. So when we surplus a bus and it goes to auction and we get like $6,000, that gets put back into this fund in hopes of purchasing buses later on. So our current bus fleet, we have surplused some buses, about 9 of them from where we were last year. Our current bus fleet, we have 58 large buses and 35 small buses. We have 3 small buses that are en route and should be joining our fleet any day now. They were technically 3 buses that were purchased last year. And I know it's gonna be shocking, but there's some like supply and demand chain issues. And so we're just now getting them a year late, but better late than never. So next slide. So you will see here that we budgeted to pay for these buses last year. You don't pay for them until you receive them. And so since we didn't receive them, you can see that our overall expenditures were not where we had anticipated. So we made sure to budget for those costs this year since we're receiving them this year. They did purchase and receive 4 rear engine diesel large buses at approximately $158,000 a piece, and those were received, so that's what's making up that $634,000 worth of expenditures. So at this point, we're ending 21-22 with a fund balance of $930,000, which is healthy and keeps us sustainable as far as the replacement cycle of buses go. Okay, and I think that is it. Questions? Okay, David?
I know with the inventory in the Greater Harbor area, it's starting to get a little for housing. Oh, I'm sorry. So impact fees, if I'm correct, are paid when the houses are being built by the, okay? And so the owners pay the impact fee when they buy the house. So we have a ton of housing going up and around town, but the impact fees for all those have been collected maybe a year or 2 ago when those projects, or even further back. I know there was 6 or 7 years ago that there was some worry that impact fees might start to go down because inventory was low. Do you have any, I have two questions. Do you have any indication of where we are with future impact fees if our inventory continues to go low? So that's impact fee revenue, that one debt service fund. And the other is the investment earnings. I'm just curious, what do we do? Where do we have our investments, if you're able to tell me?
So impact fees, we can only collect impact fees on new developments in areas where we are considered to still have unhoused students. And so with the addition of the 2 new elementary schools, it has decreased the areas in which we can actually collect impact fees. So I believe right now the only place that we're collecting on is Henderson Bay, because it's technically not considered I don't want to say, it's not considered to meet the standards of the state for housing students as far as an educational institution. So we're collecting impact fees for students in that grade level that would be considered unhoused as far as education goes. So it would actually take quite a bit of new enrollment in both elementary and middle before we'd hit that level again, where we would be collecting impact fees for those level of kids, those grade levels.
Okay, and the reason I asked before you get to the investment is we've been very fortunate in the past to be able to use impact fees to buy this property back in 2013 or 14, to have that in the back pocket to build this school.
Yep.
And also we were able to get impact fees to help us complete the modernizations for the middle schools. So I'm just curious if there's any kind of concern going forward about possible lack of future impact fees.
I would 100% say there is concern. And I believe that's one of the reasons why a bunch of educational entities to, include Peninsula School District is really pushing on the legislature as far as it comes to capital funding, so that it's not just up to, $1,000 here or $3,000 there when it comes in from impact fees, but really putting the burden on the state to start doing something to reroute capital dollars to school districts to help build new schools. If we're having to collect, a couple $1,000s with each development to really work towards building a new school, it's going to take forever. Whereas with the pressure that we can put on the legislature to change the laws on how they're actually funding new development of schools and make it so it's not just state match, right? Because state match requires us to have a bond in place in order to get that match. But if we can work with the legislature to change that, and we can have them help shoulder the burden of new development, and then we only have to go to our community for whatever then at that point is considered unfunded. The impact fee situation will continue to be an issue in this school district because we will not be collecting nearly as much as we had been collecting in the past. Now, as far as the actual investments and where they're investing, school districts belong to like a local government investment pool. And so we actually invest our dollars through the county. The county pulls our money and then puts it through very safe investments. Yeah. So we don't necessarily collect the highest interest rate, but we don't lose money.
So you're not in the LGIP?
Yeah, I am in the local government investment pool.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Question about, let's see, it was, can't find the slide number, but you talked about the increased expenditures for the new elementary schools with
correct
staff and everything else. Given that these schools, well, actually all of the schools were designed to stricter energy code standards, that and a lot of smart technology and stuff, that the promise of the future is more energy efficient,
correct,
grid connected, all of the stuff can be monitored. Do we have a way to see how, even though there are all of the first costs associated with this, that the energy consumption and when we can kind of monitor towards that point of payback, and then when it does become, a savings versus, our older schools?
So this sort of ties to a legislative House bill that was passed back in 2019 requiring all public entities with buildings in excess of 50,000 square feet to become more energy efficient, to include new builds. So Patrick and myself and Creston and some other key stakeholders have been working on doing just that, tracking where we are right now, because we need to get 12 months of solid data to be able to report to the state. And so that is something that we're actively working on, and the hopes are that with all of the energy efficient upgrades that we do see in new buildings, that ultimately we will be able to tell, okay, when an older building comes down, we replace it with a newer building, the cost savings that we'll see in the long run with the new energy efficiencies will sort of outshine what it costs to put it in to begin with. So we are working on it. Yep.
May I just add, I think that that would be an interesting topic because that legislation has unfunded mandates, and I'm sure that Patrick would be very happy to report to the board where we're at in terms of that. So, thanks.
Yeah, and just to be clear, kind of two topics, right? So what you're talking about, meaning all existing
Correct.
buildings, 50,000 square feet and more, and this, I think I was a little bit more just about the 4 new schools.
Yeah.
But yeah, and actually on that note, for the next OSPI Capital Projects Committee meeting, we're going to be talking about that too. So it's very top of mind for a lot for everyone.
Hospitals.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah.
all of us.
It's everybody, yeah. So it'll get exciting really quick.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ashley.
Yep.
Our student reps have any questions about the year-end financials? Katie?
Small buses, yay!
Okay. Thank you,
Excellent.
guys.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, moving on to item 8.2, our school improvement plan presentations. We're going to start with Vaughn Elementary. Abby is back to talk about our school improvement plans. Thank you.
All right. So I will be very frank with you. We rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. I won. So welcome. So you guys saw my shining stars. I want to tell you that Mrs. Mills is probably one of the most amazing pieces of Vaughn. I'm very fortunate to work with so many wonderful people at Vaughn, and you're going to hear about that a little bit in our school SIP plan. Are you clicking the slides for me? Oh. Thank you. Let's see if it works. Where am I pointing? Oh, there we go. I'm pointing it at Tanya. Okay. All right. So 22-23. This is my 3rd year at Vaughn, my first real year at Vaughn. I would admittedly say that it feels like home. And you see a portion of our staff here because this year we made some commitments. We made commitments to our students, and you see the word our in all capitals because that's the inclusive language that we're really focused on using at Vaughn. They're not low, they're not high, they're not from the Key Peninsula. They are our students, and we work very hard to make sure that we use that language. We hold each other accountable to that language. What we have here is each one of our staff members wrote their commitment. All very different. This year, and they're standing there taking their pictures. They have their commitments in their rooms. Some paraeducators, their commitments was knowing all 304 names. Teachers were to greeting every child at the door, to raising and ensuring that all their students could read by the time they were done. This was our start of the year, and this was our purposeful start of the year. And it really built what we are building as collective efficacy at Vaughn. And what that really talks about is, as a team, we as educators believe that we have the ability to make the difference. And so our focus this year is around our students. There we go. So I'll start with ELA. Our school improvement goal, by June 2023, 3rd grade students will increase the percentage meeting standard on the Smarter Balance assessment from 66 to 70%. By June 2023, our 3rd grade students will increase meeting standard on the Dibbles oral reading fluency from 74% of our students to 80% of our students. And though I would love to see a larger increase, I have a reality check that these 3rd graders were kindergartners when in March we were told to go home. And so they were kind of sacrificed for COVID. And so we are playing catch up, and we are closing the gap as quickly as possible. But we are also realistic. We have a lot of social emotional needs we're meeting alongside this. And so we're going to get them to that 70 and that 80%. And then in 4th and 5th grade, we'll get them a little bit higher. So the way that we're doing that, our action plans. And I threw in a couple pictures so you could see the work that we're doing. The biggest one is teams this year are working together, and again with that collective efficacy, to create grade level specific SMART goals that target our SIP plan. So every grade level kind of focuses on goals and standards that fall right below every grade level SIP plan. For example, you can see my 1st grade team here working with my instructional coach, and what they are working on is the standard know and apply grade level phonics and word analysis skills in decoding words. Because we know in 1st grade, if they can decode the words, in 2nd grade, they'll start to decode them and they'll fluently read them. So by 3rd grade, they're efficient readers. What our SMART goals look like is together, if we then students, which will result. So those are our 3 topic areas. So for this SMART goal, if we teach daily, explicit, systematic foundational skills, then students will be able to decode and blend CVC words, which will result in 80% of our students being able to read 13 to 15 words on a one-on-one assessment. This is a SMART, we're still thinking trimesters. This is a SMART trimester goal for my first grade team. I can successfully tell you that they actually met this goal at 95% after the first semester, so that's great work for my first graders and the work that they're doing. We're measuring it by our DIBELS progress monitoring and DIBELS diagnostic. So any student that is below grade level starting out at the beginning of the year, we are monitoring their progress every 2 weeks to ensure that our instruction is working. We're also using the iReady diagnostic, and we have some common formative assessments that we have built that specifically measure what the students are working on. The picture that you can see of the whiteboard, what we are doing there is you can see our step-by-step process that we go through every time we meet and we create our SMART goals. And it is very systematic, and it's very backwards thinking, and it's purposeful. So we know where we want them to be at the end, and we get them there. The next action plan, I added another slide. I know I wasn't supposed to, sorry. But the second action plan is, my colleagues are grumbling.
Hugh, that means you have to do one.
It's the being really systematic and really following our district agreement of the 90-minute reading block with our kindergarten through 3rd grade daily ECRI. This has been my targeted TPEP goal that I'm working on to ensure that this is happening and that it's happening to fidelity and it's happening well. So you can see one of our 2nd grade classes, students sit at their table, sit at the desk. You see the little one right there writing the words. This is what we call ECRI, right? And I'm sure, hopefully you all have heard that. This, surprisingly enough, this right here, this lady was a 5th grade teacher last year, and she volunteered to move down, and ECRI was a whole new world for her, you know, teaching students to read, and she has grasped it, and they are totally engaged with her right there. It's 20 minutes of their life every day, but this is what's helping our students decode and read. We measure that this is going well with our DIBELS screener 3 times a year, progress monitoring, and those teacher-provided common formative assessments. So you can see that every child has a whiteboard. One of the things that we've gotten really systematic about is at the end of this lesson, it's a quick check. Walk around, look at their work, how'd they do. They know right away who they're gonna meet in that small group as soon as that lesson's over based on what they see on those boards. It has to be that quick of a turnaround because we know that immediate feedback is so powerful, and so we're giving them that feedback right away. Those are 2 of my action plans for ELA. I'll move on to math. Math. The district's focus this year is on literacy, and we know that we are putting a lot of energy in it. And our goal for our math is our 5th grade students will increase percentage meeting standard from 36 to 60%. This 36% came from my 5th graders who have now left me and are at KPMS. And my 60% is looking at the students I currently have and what they had done on their 4th grade standard, or 4th grade SBA. Our 2 goals, our action plans. You know, we are creating SMART goals as well, like I talked about in ELA. I didn't put that up there, but we have some systematic SMART goals as well. But the 2 biggest that I want to highlight are that access to core curriculum, that I'm ensuring that 100% of my students in the classroom are receiving their core curriculum every day. It looks a little different for every child. Some stay for the full lesson, some stay for the direct instruction, and then do some one-on-one support with different people in our building. But we make sure that we created a schedule to ensure that all of our students were there during that core curriculum. No pull-out for resource room, no speech pull-out, nothing. They're there, they're learning, they're part of the work. The second piece that you'll see up there is a focus on number sense. We know that number sense refers to the child's fluidity and their flexibility when they think about numbers. We know that number sense helps our children understand how numbers work and how they relate to each other. Number sense is that basic foundation, and we have a gap in our students with their number sense. So we are working through with my instructional coach on what we call our number talk routines, and we're really helping our students build a sense of numbers. You can see this is one routine in a 1st grade classroom, and what happens is we show the students the picture there, and then we hide it. And then we show it to them again, we give them a little glimpse of it, and then they start talking about what they saw. And kids have to talk about the numbers and how they see it. And you can see different variations of how each student saw it. The first student on the left saw 4 plus 4. Another student looked at it up and down, 4 plus 4. Some was counting by twos. Some was using a 10 frame. We're just letting students see numbers, and then we put it up there so they can see how other people see numbers, and they start talking about numbers in a different way. Then you can see the next picture and how we kind of scaffold that for them. Number Talks happens, every grade level teacher has committed to it, and they will be working with the instructional coach. And some have already gone through their first round in the first trimester. We have our second round of teachers working on it. It's pretty exciting. So that, my friends, is my 2 goal areas. Any questions?
I think that's fantastic. I love to see such ambitious goals, so thank you for that. I do have one question, and it will be for all of you, really. I understand it's easy to measure bringing to standard, so a percentage of kids that we're getting at standard, but what is our focus on kids who are already at standard, and what's the measure that we have for making sure that we have growth in all of our kids? So for those that are already there, what are we doing to measure their gains?
So it's not going to be as obvious in the overall goals that you... Oh, sorry, I'm going to go backwards really quick. Here, this is kind of that overarching school improvement goal, and that just shows you that we have those kids that are growing. In several of our school support plans, we have individual grade level goals, and what you'll see in those goals is we are looking for students to make tiered growth. So they're moving from A tier, so tier 3, they're below grade level 2 years below. But we're also making sure that students are maintaining or exceeding. So we look at, yes, we recognize that students need to make a tiered growth, but we also have to ensure that we're maintaining the students who are already there. And so when we look at all of our data, we're looking at all of our students and ensuring that. And I'm sure these other gentlemen can help with some of that too.
Comment and then 2 questions.
Sure.
One, I really like hearing about your commitment to that 90-minute reading block, and I just am, it is a question. Hearing about all of the volunteer opportunities that a lot of schools are being able to bring folks in, are you feeling that? Do you have the support that, say, like an Artendale does with, some of the other volunteers and parents being to come in and give some of that one-on-one time?
I smile because Vaughn's out there is beautiful, and even when we had that wonderful Peninsula Reads, we were calling people to come and read to our students. I have a fantastic PTA, which is really small, and they work full time and they try to get resources, but I would tell you consistently, I have 3 volunteers in my building that come every week. And they're fantastic, and let me tell you, we beef them up, but it's 3, and 2 of them are my parents who live in Tacoma. Yes, ma'am. And we'll put them to work. Yeah, we've got the resources, so no. Long and short of it.
I appreciate
Your own personal parents? My own personal parents. They're retired. They need something to do. And my kids go to my school, so I put them to work. There you go. Yeah. Did you have another question? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. I think that's really important for us all to know and to understand, right? So, and then somewhat related, you spoke about that immediate feedback that your teachers are doing, and I really appreciate that kind of spot checking. And this is just a side note. I was really happy to hear that you're using the whiteboards like that, because Chuck can remember this on the Peninsula Schools Education Foundation. Consistently, every couple of years, gets an application for whiteboards.
Oh yeah.
And I have never understood why. I'm like, what do you need whiteboards for? And now I know how important they are.
Yeah. Show me what you know.
How useful they are. So thank you for just that little piece. That detail is really helpful to help me understand how teachers are operating in the classroom and the resources that they really do need.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah.
And then last question for you. I'm looking at your math for your baseline. Your baseline in the fall on iReady was 31%, and then at winter you jumped up to 51%.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on there? That's a huge jump.
In math, yeah. I'm the hardest critic of myself, and I look at growth goals in iReady. And right now, iReady measures growth, and we should be at about 60% growth because we're about 60% through the year. My students came out at 48% growth. And so we actually didn't look at the overarching number. We looked at that growth number, and we started finding patterns where things were working. We already saw the growth in number sense. And so what you're seeing with the jump there, that was in number sense right there. I think where the growth isn't coming is in geometry, data and measurement. It's not our target skill right now. And so when you're measuring iReady, you have 4 domains. Those 2 domains are lacking, for lack of other words. So you're seeing the growth. We are seeing the growth in number sense. So we know what we're doing is working. Make sense? Yeah.
It does. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, it was meant to be, and it always makes me kind of think about in the fall about, the summer slide, about, particularly in the younger grades and how glaring that is.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you, Abby.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for all the information. Recent school board meeting, we were all saying how much we were looking forward to seeing all these slides and this data. One slide that I've always enjoyed looking at is like to see all the grades on one page so that, I could look and see how the second grade cohort's doing today when they're in 4th grade, to be able to look and see how year over year they progressed, or maybe the other direction. Sort of what Natalie touched on is this will be for all the elementary schools that I'm asked about this. So I'll just ask all the same is, growth is good. And I was talking to a couple educators 2 weeks ago that we realized that this is a baseline where we're coming out of the pandemic. We know we're not going to be in great shape coming out of the pandemic, and to be fair to all the schools, we know that we're not going to be where we should be coming right out of a pandemic. So I've said it out loud quite a bit, is that 5-year strategic plan, seeing year-over-year growth between where we are today with a baseline here in the fall, or our fall baseline, to where we're going to be in 5 years. Okay, so with that said, that's my vision, is year-over-year growth for 5-year strategic plan. Okay, so first is on reading. So right now your reading was that your goal for this year is 66% to be meeting 70% standard at the end of the school year for 3rd grade, which is a 5.8% jump. Okay, 5.8% growth for 3rd grade. If you were to make that same growth year over year for the next 5 years, you would get to 100%. Okay, so that's for 3rd grade if they all made that goal. Okay, so my question for you, and then I'm going to have similar for math, is where are we at, since we're not going to hit 100% 3rd grade reading this year for 3rd grade because it's a baseline. Okay, where are you looking at where our 1st graders and 2nd graders are today, so that we can identify, are they going to be on pace so that when 2nd grade and 1st grade get to 3rd grade, that they're hitting 100% reading. So our goal as a board in the district, 100% 3rd grade reading. Okay, so that's what our goal is. So how are you tracking 2nd, 3rd graders, that's 1st and 2nd graders, I'm sorry, to see, are they going to be on track to read when they're in 3rd grade?
And I speaking for Vaughn specifically, what we are doing in each grade level is focusing on the target skill that they need to be proficient at when they leave that grade level to ensure they meet that goal. So in kindergarten, our proficiency is phonemic segmentation fluency. And so that's the goal that we are looking at. My teachers write those SMART goals around that with their target goal of 100%. So my kindergartners are 100%, the goal is 100% of them leaving kindergartner being proficient in their phonemic segmentation, so sounding out words. 1st grade has a very similar goal. Theirs is reading nonsense words. It's reading them fluently. And it's a progressive goal, right? So that by 2nd grade, they've been able to sound out those words. They can read words and nonsense words fluently. Now when they get to 2nd grade, they're reading words, oral reading fluency. So we're particularly watching our kindergarten group to see, how these guys are coming in, adjusting and starting. But we're measuring the goals. One of our colleagues is amazing, and she built a spreadsheet for all of us that kind of said, plug in your data where you're at now, see your progression, how are you doing? And it allows us to adjust if we need to. And really the biggest thing we're doing right now is we're stopping. You know, we had a meeting the other day with John, and he said it's like halftime for us, right? We're stopping. We're actually looking at the data. We're looking at which students didn't make the growth that we are projected them to make, and making individual plans for those students now, specifically K1, 2, and 3, because we know that early literacy is so impactful. So we put a ton of our paraeducator resources, our LAP resources, put it there for students as well as professional development. So it's really, like I said, it's that progression that we're watching. If they are successful in those specific skills, then the research suggests that they will be proficient readers by 3rd grade.
Okay. So hopefully we get more grandmas for reading in those schools, help our kids.
You're welcome to come to Vaughn.
Create a nonprofit, Grandmas for Reading. And then for math, for 5th grade math, sort of the same thing, is this year you're at the beginning 36%, and then your goal is to get to 60, which is 24% jump, which you've already made a great progress this year for growth, which is amazing. So just the same thing, you know, for 5th grade to meet standard, and same thing, what are we keeping track as far as those cohorts
Absolutely.
that are in 4th, 3rd, 2nd grade right now, to make sure they're all able to meet, again, 100% is our goal for standard. So I guess a year from now, if I looked at your SIP, 3rd grade would be like 77%, 6 or 7% growth.
Yeah.
If we're looking year-over-year growth.
Mhm.
So are you doing similar things for your math?
Yeah. If I could, nerd out on it for a bit, I have a spreadsheet for every single grade level that shows their progress in math and specific, those 4 domains we talked about. And we are watching them, so when they come into the grade level and iReady in the fall, what we're actually looking for is students to be in a tier 2, a yellow area, because what iReady suggests, that's our diagnostic, they suggest that actually is the students who are primed and ready to go. They're the learners. And so what we saw when we came in is we did have a really big yellow. And so what we're watching is that yellow to decrease. And that's exactly what we saw in every single grade level. Those kids that were ready to learn, they learned and they took it. They haven't met all the standards, because remember, teachers haven't taught all those standards. We got to wait till we get to the end of the year. We saw our green, our students who were already at tier 1 and were ready to go. We saw them maintain, and that's really what we have to keep an eye on, is making sure those students are maintaining or growing. And then we had to be really specific about closing the gap for those students who were 1 or 2 years below. And those are the students that we're really watching closely. And those are the ones that we're putting the additional resources into. I will say that there is a big gap between what our Smarter Balance is asking of us and what maybe our curriculum is doing. And so we are, with number talks, with real good standards work, with support from us as colleagues, looking at that data and finding how we can mitigate that and make sure students are meeting that. For example, like I talked about the number talk routines, that's an example of we saw a gap there, and that's how we're filling it. So.
Okay, and that's why I just want to make sure that, we're being fair in what we're asking. Is like, we know this is where we're at today, coming out of a pandemic, and here's where we'd like to be year over year, maybe in 5 years. We're the best school district in the state. That's our goal, is our strategic plan, is that we're on track to make that happen.
Yeah.
So I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
It brings me great joy to hear that you have so many spreadsheets and you know exactly where everybody is. It speaks to my soul.
I just wanted to say, as someone who volunteered for the Peninsula Read campaign in the fall, 3-4 times, and it was a very impactful experience. Like, I loved it working with the kids. At Purdy, they all came and gave me a big hug afterwards, which was very heartfelt. But I didn't really think about Vaughn not getting enough volunteers, because I go to Peninsula and I would always just go to Purdy or Swiftwater because those are the 2 closest elementary schools. So if we continue the Peninsula Reads campaign in this spring, I definitely think that we should advertise it and bring some attention to Vaughn, because especially like Vaughn alumni at Peninsula High School, I think they'd really want to help out. And I know I myself would go there a few times and check it out, because I think every kid deserves to have some older volunteers read to them. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
No, thank you. Love that.
All right, so I heard that from students, so it sounds like we're going to do a spring fling. Peninsula Reads.
Right
All
after
right.
spring break. Hit them hard. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Abby. We are going to take just a quick break. We have cookies for everyone, so I thought it would be nice, or not me, Creston, thought it would be lovely if everyone wanted to get a cookie and just stretch your legs for a little bit before we move on. So let's move them to the front here so that we're...
Abby, nice job.
We're going to move on with our school improvement plan presentation. Moving on to Minter Creek, we've got Principal Todd Herring to start the presentation and make some introductions.
Awesome, thank you. Is the mic on? I couldn't tell if it, okay. So I'm joined by our amazing Dean of Students, Kim Kinney, who is with us for the first time this year from Discovery, and she'll have an opportunity to share some things as well. But we wanted to start off with kind of a collage of kids, and a lot of snapshots, and I'll go through them real quickly. But the one in the upper left, Daniel Alamant, a wonderful music teacher, brings a lot of new ideas and youth into the program, and choir and bucket bands and all kinds of stuff. And so this is during our Veterans Day Assembly, just getting all of our fifth graders involved, and not just singing a song just to sing a song, but really they took time in their music classes to dissect the words and, what is the meaning behind it? What does it mean to be a patriot? What does it mean to be an American? What does it mean? Why should we have pride in those things instead of just sitting up and singing a great song, which is fun, but really getting into it. The one in the middle on the top, that's one of our fifth graders, Neeks, who is reading to our kindergartners. And this is a great program where we take some fifth graders who frankly had troubles reading throughout the years and are really great readers now, and sharing that with our kindergartners. So it's not just the mentorship and reading to them, which they of course love to hear, but also sharing their story with our kindergartners about, I struggled when I was in kindergarten, and look at me now. And it's just like inspirational to a lot of our kindergartners, which is awesome. In the upper right, I don't go a day without peeking into our TK, our transitional kindergarten class. It's so much fun. This is the first year it's been at Minter Creek, and so they are learning letters and sounds and writing words in, I want to say whipped cream, but it wasn't. It was shaving cream. Thank you. Whipped cream would be a lot different. So using shaving cream and writing letters, and then they wash it off. It's a lot like a whiteboard, but a whole lot more fun. And just TK has been amazing, and what I keep sharing with anyone who will listen is I'm super excited for our TK this year, but I'm even more excited for our kindergarten next year and our first grade in 2 years, and so on and so on. Just the foundations that they're getting before they come to kindergarten. And as we'll talk about more throughout this presentation, but really the things we're doing now, like ECRI, I'm so excited for what it will be next year for our third and fourths, and what it'll be the year after, and just seeing how these things build upon themselves. Down the lower left, we're all about finding connections for kids and finding success for our students. And that bottom left is our first ever D&D club. Stands for Dungeons and Dragons, for those of you nerds out there. So yeah, so it's super exciting. We've got tons of them in there, and they're making this day they were making their characters and going to go on quests, and they're just, I don't pretend to know a ton about D&D, but they're helping me learn, which is really fun. But just a way, they give up their lunch recess once a week, and we have a wonderful parent who comes in, and Dawn Barnes, who, if you don't know her, she's amazing, one of our fifth grade teachers. She put out to her families and just said, hey, we've got some kids who kind of want an alternative to recess, which Kim will share another one that we have going on too. But an alternative, and some of the kids want to do D&D, and this mom goes, I love D&D. And so she got involved, so it's just a great partnership. Right there where it says Welcome Dolphins, at the beginning of the year, first day of school, we had this to welcome us. And that's to kind of signify our PTA and just how involved they are, just how amazing it is. Pandemic was a real challenge for a lot of things, and PTA was one of those things that took a big hit. And just the volunteerism, the fundraising, all kinds of things just took a big hit. Well, last year, Chris Doherty, who was it still is a great parent of one of our fifth graders now, but she helped to kind of resurrect it and get it started. We hit some bumps in the road, but she persevered and kept pushing through and really set the framework for this year, last year. And we've just been able to continue to grow, and it's been fun to see PTA starting to grow back up. And then down in the lower part, that those really signifies what we're really focusing on this year with UDL. Just multiple avenues, but the ultimate thing is to get to the target. And so the target is clear, it's right there in front of us, like multiple ways to get there, a lot of different opportunities, but ultimately it's to get to that final target. And so, and like I said, one of those things that we're getting to is something that we're super excited about, Makerspace, who it's really been Kim's kind of baby, and she's just really grown this thing. So I'm gonna let her talk about it a little bit.
Well, although I just started at Mentor Creek in September, I'm actually returning after 5 years. I was there in 2014-16 with the lovely Phyllis Slater, who was the art teacher there. So when I returned, I was saddened to see that art was gone from Mentor Creek. So we've started up a makerspace, which is giving, we opened it officially 2 weeks ago, and gives the children an opportunity to be creative, practice problem-solving skills, work collaboratively, and we've been able to make it happen with just the generous support from the community. So it's really been a labor of love with people in our community. For the month of January, we've had the cardboard challenge. I regret that we didn't have any pictures up there to share with you, to see some of the fun and creative ideas that children have been, using to build things. I'm not sure. February we have strawberries. I don't know much about strawberries, so yeah. But they were ordered from Art Gallery Museum from Tacoma. So like I said, we're going to be doing monthly themes, and but it's been with the support from the community, and it's been another alternative to support kids during recess. And some of the kids who maybe aren't having a lot of fun outside and need alternatives as well. So it's been fulfilling a number of needs, and just continuing to build relationships in the school. And I think that's one of my favorite things about Mentor Creek, and one of the reasons why I chose to return is because it's a small school. I love the community, and I love the kids, and I love the relationships that staff have with the families and children. So I feel really lucky to be back.
And we're lucky to have you. So moving towards our goals, we have three main ones, the typical, ELA, math, and then SEL. And we're going to talk first about our third grade reading and ELA. And so the goal here is that all of our third graders will increase the percentage from 42% from last year to 60% this year. And similar to what Abby shared, looking really at last year's second grade scores and kind of where we are now. And you might see a big jump. Well, gosh, that's 18%. That is a big jump, and it is. One thing that my staff, I think, probably get tired of hearing me say, especially around TPEP time, is I would rather set high goals and come up short than set low goals and meet them. Our students are amazing. Our staff is incredible, and like Kim shared, our community is just wonderful, and they have high expectations just like we do. And so, again, we're setting those high goals. Well, currently, and another thing is, we hear a lot about closing the gap, and I completely support that, and that's the ultimate goal. Since the pandemic hit, we've focused on narrowing the gap in the beginning. Because if you say close the gap, for a lot of these kiddos, we're not going to close the gap in 1 year. It wasn't created in 1 year, certainly, and we're not going to close it in 1 year. So by saying closing the gap, we noticed that some of our staff and some of our students and even some of our families felt defeated, like, well, I didn't close it this year. That was the goal. And so we really focus on narrowing that gap now over these first year or two, and with the ultimate goal of closing the gap. And part of what narrowing that gap is finding all of the gaps in the holes. And that goes for ELA and math and SEL. Everything is, we find that a lot of our students are missing holes. Maybe their Zoom didn't work that week, or maybe whatever happened, they missed those gaps. And so it's not so much that they don't understand math or they're not quote unquote good at something. There are these gaps that are holding them back. And so we've not only got to get over that and continue to close the gap and narrow that gap, but we've also got to fill holes that we find along the way. And part of what doing that has shown us is currently we are at 40. That's the one number I didn't put down. Sorry. So we're at 40. I want to say 43% of our third graders right now are at standard, and so that's already higher than the end of last year. which is really impressive. Now, granted, it is different students. I totally understand that. But we're already doing well, advancing towards that. And then we have an additional 27% that are near standard. So if we combine all of that, we're at 70% that are near or at standard. So part of me wonders, maybe we need a higher goal than 60, but I'm not going to go there. So it's exciting. It's exciting to see where we're at. And Abby talked about that group that's right there in the middle. They're just primed for that. And we've got a large group there as well. So we're excited to see where they can go. And then as we're looking through that too, our third grade team has a very unique situation this year. We had two student teachers. We have two third grades. Well, we have a 2.5. We had a 2-3 combo as well. But our two third grades had student teachers in the beginning, which was planned because we found out last spring that our two third grade teachers were going to have babies, which is super exciting. One more so than another, but they took on, and we are exciting in a good way. And so they are on maternity leave right now, and so we have student teachers who just graduated and are now long-term subs, and they are doing a wonderful job. And I'm going to turn it back over to Kim here in a second, because she's been working really, really intently with them, because we know third grade is so important. Not that every grade isn't, but with them being new to the profession, they had great mentor teachers in the third grade teachers that are on maternity leave. And so we wanted to make sure that we continued that. And so just want to hand it over to share a little bit about what we're doing specifically with third grade.
Right, it's been a lot of fun to work with two new teachers who are so inspired and eager to learn. So we've been exploring more as a school. We've been learning more about UDL, and but specifically with third grade, instructional strategies that can improve student performance. So that'd be different ways of differentiating in the classroom, scaffolding lessons, material for the lessons, also different ways to use technology in meaningful ways with the students, and even for themselves, how to even be more efficient with their work. So that's been fun, and they've been eager to learn, and I feel they've been really successful.
And so it could have been kind of a liability having two new teachers in a very difficult time. They've really risen to the occasion, and Kim has been a wonderful, wonderful resource for them as well. And so that leads us to a little bit of our action plans and our measures. We don't have all of our action plans up there, but kind of highlighting some of the main ones, Tier 1, and Abby and all of us will talk to a certain degree about it, is that 90-minute literacy block commitment, really focus on that fluency, and then our win time. And so, David, you had mentioned about, how do we ensure that those students aren't falling behind? And so that win time is really that opportunity, or those ones that are already meeting standard, how do we make sure they extend? So during that win time, win stands for what I need. And so if they are already at standard or above, what do they need? They need extensions. And so how do we make sure they get those? Those that are behind or below grade level, what do they need? And that's filling in those holes for a lot of, like I spoke about. So Tier 2, a lot of our lap and title, small group intervention, and reading mentors, which we did get a little bit of a late start on that, but that will be starting soon. It'll be after school program with our CIS coordinator, and actually one of our other long-term subs who will be running that. So we're excited to get that running and bringing in those community partners. And then the Tier 3, things like resource and more focused one-on-one and small group. And one thing that's really exciting, we're finally fully staffed, which I don't know of how many buildings in our district can say that, but we finally hired all of our paras, so we have a lot of para support. I kept wanting to say we have extra support, but we don't. We just had what we were supposed to have. We were just understaffed for so long, but we finally filled those with some amazing people to really come in, and so we're able to dedicate a lot of time. And we're really excited about that. We're able to start that when we came back from winter break. So that's very exciting. And then the measures, like most people, is the DIBELS, the iReady, and the progress monitoring are the main ones, where progress monitoring really depends. It's kind of what I need, right? It's during that win. So some get progress monitored monthly, some weekly. frankly, some daily, depending on the needs and the topics that we're covering. So that moves us to our SEL goal, where we're really focused on growth mindset. Last year, we had a similar goal of focusing on growth mindset, and we grew. Typically, we were right around 41%. As we look back through the panorama data over the years, we'd been about 41% or 42% for, I think it was, well, since we started. And so it was, I want to say about 2 years that we just kind of flatlined there. It's like, what's going on? And so with growth mindset, we really focus on taking chances, taking risks, admitting, hey, I need help. And so for a lot of our kids, for a lot of our adults, that can be hard. And so how do we help them take those risks? How do we help them extend themselves and push themselves and know, yeah, I can do it? We are Kids at Hope School, and we had kids that didn't necessarily think they could do it, and that was problematic. So we really were focused on growth mindset, because as they're taking those risks, as they're really pushing themselves, our math scores are going to rise, our ELA scores are going to rise. But more importantly than the scores, their confidence is going to build. They're going to be better people. They're going to try more things. They're going to try those books that might have been a little harder. They're going to try division or regrouping and all those things that maybe they didn't try before because I'm just not whatever enough. And so overcoming that. And so we went from that 41% to this 59%. And so our goal is to continue to rise and to continue to push through to that 70%. We did take a slight dip from the fall, or sorry, from the spring last year to fall, but that's not too uncommon. So our goal is at 70%, really pushing our students to meet that. Some of the ways we're doing that is our second step curriculum, panorama lessons. Panorama, for those who aren't familiar, you can go into the growth mindset section and you can click on lessons. And one thing we did in the fall, and we'll do again here coming up soon, is identify 2 lessons within Panorama that are grade level specific, and we're really going to target that. Obviously they can do more, and we do Kids at Hope every month, sometimes weekly, which really fosters that growth, really helping our kiddos realize they are capable and they are going to succeed. Looking kind of that tier 2 is kind of more of those informal check-ins. We meet, Kim, myself, our counselor, and our CIS coordinator meet sometimes weekly, but at the very least every other week to identify some of our students on the CERSI data, the SRSSIE, and then the Panorama data. Who are some of the students? A lot of them we already know, but we have these tools, and there are a couple of them we're like, ooh, I did not know. So how do we target that person? So it helps to fill in those gaps. And then tier 3, doing a lot of partnering with some parents. Similar to Abby, we don't have enough volunteers. I shouldn't say it that way. We don't have as many as we would like, but it is growing, and that's exciting to see. And so, like we talked about, some of those counselor data trackers, also Panorama, and I didn't put CERSI up there, but that is another one that we look at. So, and then, the tier 3, some more formal check-ins where maybe we have a scheduled meeting with them every week and just hey, how you doing? Might be breakfast club that we have where students come in, we have breakfast together, just building those relationships, getting to know them and their needs and what's going on with them. So there's obviously a lot more that we do. This is just a snapshot, but wanted to share all of that with you. And with that, thank you for listening, and do you have any questions?
I have a question around your science. I know when you go to OSPI website, the 3 things they most grade or look at is ELA, reading, math, and science. And I'm just curious, I don't know, do we know, are we going to in the future maybe have science on these slides so we know where we're at on meeting the science standards? Just in towards you.
Sure.
Yeah, so science, math, but math, I'm going to have John speak to what is actually on the OSPI report card. But yes, we can. Right.
I have it up.
Yeah, and it's not for every single grade, right, in elementary.
Well, like for instance, Mentor Creek, it says ELA, math, and science. What are the 3, where are they on those 3?
Correct.
So I'm just curious on the future, when we do SIP, will we know that we're on track for science.
Well, and one thing, because this is the very first time that you've seen this and that we have done that, so what I might suggest is as we go through the 3 elementaries and then 1 middle school, then you could write down or to give feedback on that, and then we'll be able to give that to both assistant superintendents, and then they can share that with the principals. So
For the future, I was just curious where, because SCL is more of a strategic plan vision for
Right.
this, that we wanted to monitor that. So I was just curious if maybe next year, maybe we have the science slide.
Okay. Or math, right? Or math.
Well, they have math in their long spreadsheet. Math's in there. It's not on this, but it's in the other spreadsheet. So thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. And we are totally fine with that. Yeah.
Not so fast, Mr. Herring.
Not so fast.
Question about, so you talked about transitional kindergarten, and this kind of relates to what you asked earlier, what David asked earlier, in sort of tracking cohorts as they move up.
Yeah.
And it occurred to me that, do we have the ability to track and differentiate within cohorts, particularly as they're moving up in the early years, those who had transitional kindergarten and preschool and those who didn't, to see how that's translating to get to our 3rd grade reading?
I feel like you have been in a conversation with Lisa Ray and with John when we have been having that conversation. So that's the data that we need to collect. Last year was the first year of transitional kindergarten in some of the schools, and this year we expanded that, and so we definitely can. We just have to set it up. I'm looking at Chris. We just would have to set it up within the data collection, but I think that absolutely needs to be something that we need to look at a longitudinal data set. But thank you for that.
We did have some data from back a few years pre-COVID on that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be fine when y'all did that community outreach to all preschool and find that.
Yeah, I think, yeah, definitely. We had a good partnership, again, that we haven't done since COVID, but prior to that, we had a lot of work with our preschool providers. And by the way, the science test is given in 5th grade. And those results are on the dashboard now that you can see.
All right. Thank you.
We have Hugh Maxwell with Evergreen.
All right, thank you. And I have with me my wonderful Dean of Students, Christy Dalby. Okay, I haven't used this clicker. Oh, it's probably just an arrow, right? All right, so Evergreen, one of our sayings, it was there, I don't know when it even started, but when I got there, this is my 10th year at Evergreen, it's always been what's best for kids, and that's one of the things we focus on. We are redoing, we had our outdoor learning area going, and then, well, we had to build a new school on it. We were willing to do that, so we're redoing that. It's been a little bit of a challenge, but we're getting there. I appreciate Patrick's support and Creston's support in pushing some of that. I think today our 2 pavilions are up, so we have our kind of covered teaching area out there. We've got to get out and plant some plants. Amy Barber's been amazing with getting some resources donated. We've got gravel, we've got sand, but that's one of the things that we're super excited about. Another area we're super excited about is our revamped incentive system, our little eagle eyes, and on the back of that is our SOAR, Eagles SOAR, and we talk about students being safe, on task, accountable, and respectful. And one of the things that we're maybe doing a little differently, and I know all of the schools have their own incentive program. Ours, we did a little twist on it. We made grids for each classroom, so you can see me standing there with two first graders. And they have 25 slots, so when they fill up a grid, they bring it down to the office, we take a picture, we have a little celebration, and then they, as a class, they're working together, right? Because sometimes, well, he got an eagle eye, I didn't get an eagle eye. But they're all working together. So we're pushing, I think it was Abby that talked a little bit about that collective efficacy. We want that for our kids, right? That's a big part of our engagement and community and collaboration with kids, is working together. It's something over the last few years that's been challenging, right? It was, I saw kids collaborating on Zoom, like sharing their cats and things like that during math class. So it's not the kind of collaboration we wanted. But they collect those, and then when we hit where every class has filled out a grid, we'll just do a school celebration. So we're trying to get the kids, like we just had a class and went out for some extra recess. We had both kindergarten classes. We have these little rubber chickens that go on your finger, not big ones, but little ones. And we launch them off our second floor, and just, we try to do something that's just kind of fun and unique and interesting. But we're getting emails almost every day where kids are filling out grids and classrooms are coming down. And of course, like something that's super exciting, every day when I come to work, I live here in the harbor, I drive out, and every day when I drive up in front of our new school, I'm still just always amazed and feel so fortunate what our kids have and what our staff have. I actually just gave a tour today with Mr. Winters and Mr. McCumber from South Kitsap. They're looking at running a bond down the road, and they have for a couple of maybe rural elementary schools. So they came out and I gave them a tour of the school. And every time we give a tour, right, it's just, that's where I get just re-energized about how fortunate we've been and how fortunate our kids will be for a while down the road. So one of our first goals is, of course, our ELA third grade reading goal. And with the SBA, we're wanting to move from 60.6% to 75%. And then, of course, with our, we're also doing a big push. We have a school-wide goal for oral, for the reading fluency. And so we've been working with all of our staff and all of our students. We have a lot of our classrooms. All of our classrooms are somehow tracking that fluency. We're doing a lot of cold reads, where kids get a reading passage right at their level. They practice it, they read it, we score it, just words read correctly. That's all we're doing. And then they practice it over the week, and then they reread it. Because we know when kids can see their data and they see that, oh my gosh, I practiced and I got better, and that graph goes up, it can have a huge impact on kids, especially that growth mindset and their belief, oh my gosh, I'm getting better, right? Because some of our students, that they really struggle with the reading. I will say that we are seeing definitely what a lot of the research that I've been reading, the students out of the pandemic that were disproportionately impacted are students of color, students in poverty, and English language learners. And we are seeing that. We're seeing gaps probably larger than we've seen in a long time. Some of us have been in education, for many years, and it's a challenge, but I know our staff, I know we're going to be there to meet that challenge. So our action plans, just like the other schools, we have 90-minute core literacy blocks that include our ECRI, that direct instruction with especially our primary grades, that phonemic awareness and phonics. We have a core group of our lab teacher and our K1 who have done a lot of work around multimodal learning. I know one was just using some things they learned in a lap training the other day with Lisa Ray. Lisa was out to visit, LST team, and they were using some of that body movement. And we just know that there are kids who need some of those consistency, that need some Haggerty, some dyslexia style instruction. And so we've really dug deep, and a lot of our people have done their own work. They've purchased some of even their own materials that they're using, and we're seeing that it's making a difference on some of our kids who reading is really a challenge. We also have that What I Need time and intervention. We're back to having a reading room. We have enough space in our building now. And so we have some students stay with the teacher, other students come down and break out, and they're getting that just what they need with our paras, and that's just critical, having those paras. We are also fully staffed. We were, and then we weren't, and now we are again. So that's exciting. One of the things that's, I think, pretty unique for us and is our data days. And at data days, what we do every Wednesday, and you're more than welcome to come out and join one of our data days. We have a grade level. We're fortunate. We're small. We typically have 2 teachers per grade level. We have some title funds. We're able to get subs that cover those classrooms, and those teachers come in with me, with Ms. Susan Brummett, our amazing lab teacher, Mrs. Peterson, our special ed teacher, and we look at that specific data for that grade. We look at whatever most current data we have. A lot of that is sometimes formative data from what the teachers have been collecting. And we relook, are we getting these kids just what they need? Sometimes we shift kids around. So it's that constant look at the data, making adjustments so that kids are getting what they need. And we're fortunate. We're fortunate that we have that. I wish, honestly, every school could have that. I know that's challenging when you have a larger school that has, maybe 5 teachers at a grade level. That becomes really challenging to cover all of them. But I know Abby and I were talking a little bit, and she sounds like she's starting to be able to do some half days. But for teachers to have that time to just focus on the data, and then the afternoons, they do some planning around that data. They go in and they do data chats with kids. They pull kids out, do some reassessment. So it's just a great way for our teachers to really look at that data. And so they're rotating through about every 6 weeks. And so it's a wonderful model. It's been really helpful for us and just really keeps our teachers focused on that data. And as like the other schools, we've been using DIBELS, progress monitoring, some of the iReady benchmarks, and then with our students tracking and teachers tracking that fluency. That's been an important piece. And I'm going to hand it over to Christy.
Thank you. All right, so I'm covering our SEL goals. And so at Evergreen, we are a high poverty school. And as Hugh said, COVID has impacted those students especially even more. But luckily at Evergreen, we have a whole village to wrap around these kids. And so when we were looking at our SEL goal, we decided on self-efficacy, because that's going to give the kids the skills that they need to be confident, and that will then increase their learning, because as we know from the hierarchy of needs, their basic needs have to be met before they can then learn. So that's kind of what we're focusing on with our SEL. And so the way that we're going to do that is we have all of our PBIS expectations. So we pre-teach expectations, and then if the kids aren't getting them or aren't following the expectations, then we reteach them. Our teachers are doing class meetings and working on growth mindset. So they're discussing in those accountability, conflict resolution, and as we call them, brick brains or bubblegum brains. Our interventions are things like check-in, check-outs, and different things that our special education teacher is providing, and different interventions that, the teachers can do in the classrooms. For social skills, my counselor and I kind of broke down all the CIRSE data. So the CIRSE is our social emotional screener that we use in the district. And so we dug really deep into the CIRSE data and the panorama data, and we identified every at-risk student, and we put together groups based on their needs. So we hold 30 small groups a week with those at-risk kids, focusing specifically on what they need to be successful. So we have, from the CIRSE that we did in fall to the CIRSE that we just did in winter, we have seen a good amount of growth, but we still do have long ways to go with these kids. So let's see. We're also looking at the panorama data. We're also looking at our ODRs. So we have 219 ODRs as of right now, and out of those, 164 are from students that are in poverty. So that's an office discipline referral. So that's 75% of those office discipline referrals are from students who are in poverty. And I think that that speaks loads on how impacted they are and the attention that they need from us, what we can do for them. So, so that's who we're focusing on. And yeah, that's what we do. So that's what we're looking for, is for our ODR numbers to go down, for the self-efficacy in our students to go up. And as always, we're going to do what's best for kids.
You don't want to answer questions? Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Okay. I know the demographics of the community out there is changing. And so I think our poverty level is going down. Where are we at right now for that school?
I think we were in October, we were just a little over 50%. It's climbing a little bit. I still think when I first came here 10 years ago, we were at about 74%.
Right.
What I think the challenge is the last 2 years without people having to apply for free and reduced lunch because meals were free. I don't know that we're seeing it just kind of continually climb. And, there are also, I think, people who they're getting by, they're making it and they're able to buy their students' lunches. We encourage all of them, like whether you think you need it or not, just apply.
Yeah.
So we're definitely heading down. We're seeing more people coming down, buying homes, people who, that Seattle spreads even come down to us.
Yeah.
We have people where both parents work and their kids are attending, and so our poverty rate is going down.
Are you seeing that reflected in the discipline stuff prior to COVID to where we are now?
I would say, I think students lost some skills, and some students that came through COVID, like they weren't having to be in a classroom and, work on collaboration and respecting and just all of the things that we know kids need to be able to get along. We're having to reteach, some of that and continuously work on that.
Right.
It's been an ongoing growth. It's just like everything else, right? We take them where they're at and we work hard and try to get them what they need. And
right. So the new school has the maker spaces and the areas where you can pull a kid out and do one-on-one, and I'm hoping that that's really going to be beneficial.
Oh, absolutely. Like I was just showing Tim and Ted today, just those flex spaces. And you just kind of forget, you start to go through halls and you see kids out there working, or you see, parents. We have, by the way, I forgot to talk about our volunteers. We're getting a lot of volunteers in. We do our Little Eagles reading program every Tuesday after school, and we have, I think, at least 12 or 13 people who come every Friday, and they both work with 2 kids, so we have about 25, 26 students who are served with that. But I'm also we're seeing parents who are out in those flex spaces, coming out, doing fluency, tracking with kids and things like that. It's a great place for sometimes kids just need some space, right? Or we'll see kids that will be out there working on, maybe they're working on their iReady test, just because being in the, around with somebody else making some noise can cause them to escalate. So they come out. They're still visible, right? We've got the big windows, which, are just wonderful, that natural light. It does create challenges when you do a lockdown and teachers are like, there's no place to hide, right? We just had a lockdown and that was a big change, but I'm like, you know what? That's possibility, probability, no, but that natural light for the kids, just that environment has just been a huge piece.
Right. So I guess the next question is kind of for all of you. And I know Jerry hasn't gone yet, but for the elementary schools, what can we do to help you in this journey? We've already given Hugh everything.
I'll take a new school.
I maybe I'll speak for everybody. I think, and I know we have some financial challenges, but I think when you have, you have high needs in a school, you really have to look at what are the resources that are available, because that's what I've heard both of them talk about. We've talked about. There's no way we could do what we're doing without the resources, without the para support, without Christy and Bethany, like all day long. They are with kids and they're working with kids.
Yeah.
I'm surprised our counselor even eats lunch, right? You go by every day and she has kids in there that she's supporting.
Right.
So I think that's going to be the challenge, is how do we continue to get schools the resources they need to meet students' needs while we're also trying to, hit budgets.
Right, and that's a struggle right now. We're seeing some real struggles coming our way. So, thank you.
Kristen, do you want to share some data?
Yeah, I did. It's interesting that question was asked because I too had been asking that question earlier. So you were 50.04% this month. Your 3-year average at Evergreen is 49.7. So as of next year, you do lose your high poverty LAP designation.
Aren't you down at that legislature telling them not to use those 2 last years?
Right,
I know.
because LAP high poverty definition is 50%, and for title, which is a federal designation for high poverty, is 70%. So I think the board needs to know that.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think the last couple of years, a lot of people probably didn't apply because they didn't need to. Everything was free anyway. So.
Yeah, we've talked with Ashley about that's hopefully the legislature maybe just will not use those last 2 years and go to the 2 years before or something.
Yeah.
We're hopeful. We're crossing our fingers.
Yeah.
Because that will be a big loss for us. That high poverty funds some of our support in our building.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's also speaks to, I got a third reminder today to fill out my federal impact survey. How important that's going. Sorry, I did it, but how important that each child I did it, but how important that's going to be, right? As we leave no stone unturned. But I think what's really, we've talked a lot about the percentage of students that are in poverty, but what I'm also seeing is, looking at your baseline scores here, like they're quite good, right? And so in my mind, I really loved hearing you talk about these data days that you're doing, and particularly that you and Abby have been collaborating a little bit about how you are using that data and then like right now adjusting and teaching and implementing that. And to me, that speaks to like a tremendous opportunity, right? Like if our schools that are some of the most resource challenged with a higher percentage of students in poverty are able to use data to make those huge jumps like that, I mean, that is what we need to be exporting everywhere. And so I commend you guys for doing that. That's really awesome to see. And I think I at some point it would be very, I think, interesting and beneficial for the board to be able to kind of see how you do that, because that to be targeted like that and responsive like that, I mean, that's really going to make the biggest difference. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you. Question I had was around your comments around youth at risk. I know the state OSPI monitors a whole slew of demographics. Primarily, most of them is, along racial lines, but then there's some for poverty, and I don't see anything on the state website about McKinney-Vento or something like that. But just because you fall in one of those demographics doesn't mean that you're necessarily at risk. So what are you doing? Just like, Natalie's been working with Creston and some folks down at Olympia to help our children of the military, military dependents, and those kids can certainly be a youth at risk, especially if their parent is deployed, frequent moves and stuff like that. How do you identify, not necessarily by demographic, but when you say at-risk youth, there's stereotypes around who's an at-risk youth, and so what do you do to identify your youth at risk?
Actually, I'm going to let Christy talk about that because they have a meeting every Tuesday morning. We're fortunate. Also, we have a communities and schools site coordinator, Megan White, who's just amazing. And we have, I'll let Christy talk about who meets and what they talk about.
So
So the teachers are really great about coming to us and letting us know, like when, they have a student, I have parents reaching out to me, letting me know, hey, my kid might be a little bit upset. Their dad just left on a fishing boat for 3 months. That happened last week. So I feel like parents are really good at reaching out to either us or to the teachers and kind of letting all of us know what's going on to keep us on the same page. And so if they feel like their student needs extra support, then we put them on our family support list. And so we meet every Tuesday. So it's myself and our counselor and Megan White, our CIS specialist, and then our family support specialist from ECAP. So all of us meet and we discuss our families. We discuss the needs of these families, how we can help support them at home, and how we can help support the kids here at school. So, yeah, kind of a whole wraparound thing. So.
No, I will just, and I have a quick comment, and I just want to say thank you, because I know that the numbers and the data are very important. That's how we're measuring our success. We're measuring our growth to make sure that we are the best school in the state, but we recognize that these are children and these are lives, and a lot of them have some significant challenges. And I know I don't really like the title School Improvement Plan. I think it's kind of a sterile title. It doesn't sound like what it is, because really what this is teaching and learning. So this is what you do every day. It's the work of our teachers and our staff and our administrators. And so I thank you for being the ones who recognize what the kids need, and also for our students who are in these demographics that are at risk, or our students who are experiencing poverty, that I feel like they don't feel that. They don't feel like they are less than or capable of less than their peers because of what you provide for them. It seems like there's all this activity going on in the background so that they can walk smoothly and just focus on learning. And that is because of the fantastic efforts that are made every day in our school, every day in our classrooms. And we recognize that this is a necessary part of what we do. So thank you for the data, but really, mostly, thank you for being there with our kids every day. So that's for all of you, of course, but yeah, great job.
Okay, thank you.
Anything from our students? Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to move on to Key Peninsula Middle School. I think Jerry and Luke are here to present. Thank you.
We're going to spread out some of our art stuff that we want to take, because because one of the big things, when you move to secondary, you take specific courses, and one of the benefits of being under construction is we have plywood and drywall, and we've been using that to display a lot of the artwork and photography of students. And all the nature photos are the flora and fauna around our school. It's beautiful. It's a state park. And so we just thought we'd share them, and a little swag to help you remember KPMS. They're different sizes, but there's a specific one I want for Chuck.
Here we go.
I'm Jerry Gable, the principal at Key Peninsula Middle School. I might speak a little louder than the other principals. I'm so sorry. And ta-da!
I'm Luke Grunberg, the assistant principal. Also loud.
He rarely needs a microphone. So on Fridays, when we do our PBIS, we do rewards every Friday. Kids who are rewarded for doing the 3 expectations, which is be respectful, be responsible, safe. They get a Cougar Pride ticket. It goes in the prize box.
Bin of love.
The bin of love. And so they don't even listen to me if you're not there, and I do it, but he is so loud and doesn't need a mic, and it's very exciting. And yes. So some of our specialties for KPMS. This is one of the benefits of Zoom is you begin to think creatively, and we had 2 teachers that wanted to start. Kate Schrock and Leah Smith, an online cooking club. And they are the Martha Stewarts of Key Peninsula. So we have sometimes Mr. Ryan there was in the cooking club, I believe, and sometimes other middle schools join, and it's a lot of fun. They made cowboy caviar yesterday. Maybe not quite as popular with the kids, but if they don't have the ingredients, we write grants to get pans and whatever, maybe some specific items that they might not have access to, or spices, and they have little kits that go home. And so it's just a really unique, fun club. One of the new things that some of our ELA social studies teachers are doing is creating podcasts, some of the things that we try to be creative, and I look at it like, oh, this is really complicated, but students just absorb it, and that's one of the things that we're trying to do differently, sort of Katie Novak, how do you get at it a different way, and how they relate. We've done things, not Spotify, but SoundCloud, where they make little raps, and they are really good at that. I've listened to a few. We also have some ELA social studies teachers that are going to a conference in March, and they are going to teach other educators about how to create podcasts. One of our focuses, and it sort of relates to sense of belonging, is we are increasing our participation in club and sports. What's going on with sports? So what?
Well, the participation has been, we've gotten a bigger increase in our numbers that are students coming out. And I would say, it's not just sports, but clubs too. Part of what we're attempting to do, and I'll go over in the sense of belonging slide, which is one of our SIP goals. Middle school is that quintessential place of coming into a building and going, I've got to find a place to fit in here, or I am going to feel awkward, uncomfortable. And so again, as we increase not only opportunities, we increase the excitement, the encouragement around what various opportunities are with clubs and sports, so that every kid can find their spot, their crew, their squad. And so that's something we've been really intentional about. We have some great teachers that really just take their interests and find kids that have common interest to what they want to provide. Students will come to teachers and say, hey, I want to start this club. We have a drama club, I think, that's just starting up hopefully in the next couple weeks. Pride Club, Cooking Club, and a bunch of others that I won't be able to name. But again, creating opportunities for kids to find their spot and their place to belong, because once that need is filled and kids feel like they're part of a family and part of a group, some of the academic success and achievement follows suit. So that's a really important piece of what we're trying to do.
And we feel that our students can learn just as well as any other students. Don't look at our demographics. We can be great. We can be the #1 school. And if you compare us to like schools, we do really well. Now, we took a hit, last year. We took the SBA twice. I'm not proud of our scores, but, it's only going to improve. I tell the teachers, don't beat yourself up. That's the data. That's where we're at. We're just going to get better, and look at how much we're going to improve on the state student growth data. So we're going to do great. We're sending 7 students to state for TSA. That's we were about to send some students to state in 2020, and then they didn't get to go because of COVID. So we're kind of back. We did TSA last year, but we really wanted to target getting students to state. So we're able to get 7 students to participate. So we're very excited about that. And we just finished honor band and choir with some students that performed last weekend. So it's great. TSA, it's the tech club. We call it the tech club, and it's a statewide competition that you can do, and it's problem solving. It's not just technology. That's all different categories that they can compete in. So it's a huge club. 2 teachers advise it, Mr. Olson and Ms. Schrock, and they are amazing. They're kid magnets, and it doesn't matter who you are, where you are academically, there's a place for you in that club.
Yeah, last year I think the topic was video game design. So kids were designing their own video game, which is right up their alley. Okay, I'll talk about Avid for a little bit. So this is a neat picture. This was kind of cool for many reasons. This was the first time that I was getting to meet all these beautiful people. This was the Avid team that we sent to Summer Institute in San Francisco. The reason I think we want to highlight Avid, as someone that's in all the other schools I've been at, has been a teacher and a site coordinator and have lived in different roles. Avid can easily kind of be like an elective class and kind of live in that silo independently. And I think what was neat as I came here and met the team and have also seen how things have been implemented at KPMS. It's not just an Avid elective class, it's a system. And part of the work that, which is really cool about some of the shared leadership opportunities that our teachers have taken on, they've implemented it as a system. So we have a core class that an elective class where students get specific instruction on organizational skills, study skills, along with opportunities for tutorials, taking like the learning that's happening in other classes and getting to actually work with their classmates to uncover and figure out kind of those points of confusion. But in terms of like kind of a tier 1 level of where Avid's been implemented at KPMS, our team of teachers have really taken on some of that professional development with other staff so that the things that we can't take everyone to Summer Institute, but our teachers have come back. They've gotten to go to independent sessions on different various topics. And they came back and have provided those professional development opportunities for our staff so that, again, this feels like something that all students are participating in. And again, some of those skills are executive functioning skills, learning how to stay organized, learning how to study. My favorite example, I remember being in middle school and I got told, go home and study. And so I opened my book and I stared at it and then crossed my fingers and hoped for the best. But we got to be intentional about teaching kids how to do these things. And so, again, not just the Avid elective students, but all of our kids. And so the professional development that our team brought back and have around focused note-taking, organization, calendaring, all that kind of stuff is making its way into every classroom. And again, proud of the group that went. It was a neat group of people to go get the training. But again, it was training that was brought back to the building, and we're hoping, I think, to take about 6 or 7 staff members this upcoming summer as well. And then I think the other neat thing, as someone
with our title money that we have.
Right.
Dan's looking at me. We'll talk later. Okay.
One of the neat things, in my coming into the Peninsula School District is having 4 middle schools and then talking with other administrators at the other middle schools, seeing Avid being implemented at all the schools and really providing opportunities for all of us to collaborate and hopefully members of our KPMS team to take the lead in some of the work and helping the other middle schools implement Avid and make it successful. Yeah.
But I know Dave Goodwin back when he was principal at a high school,
So I was just going to say, the strategies can be school-wide, and then many schools have an AVID school, and the population is a very targeted and identified by AVID. So I would imagine that Peninsula, they have Cornell notes and all of the organizational strategies, but that's across the subject area. And that's, I think, what Luke was trying to say and express, that that's where you have a whole school doing AVID strategies, and you also have a class.
Right, David, it's, common notebooks, common organization. We have in different content areas, but we expect focused note-taking, and they review those notes. So that's what we do school-wide. Even though they're not an elective, they benefit from it. And after coming out of COVID, those little things, the organization and little rules seem to be really important.
Yep, and that's what I was explaining. That's one of the impressive things. Again, coming in new and seeing this team, that's what happened. So they go to their sessions at the Summer Institute. They've brought back that learning. Worked sometimes if it's content level based. They're working, on Collaboration Wednesdays on some of the professional development. But some of them have also taken on kind of the broader strategies. Again, around focused note-taking, the calendaring piece, keeping a notebook, all of that type of stuff. So that's definitely happening. The part of, ideally, if you can, you want to have all of your staff have the opportunity to go and be a part of it. It doesn't always pan out, but I'll just tell you, as someone I've been to like 10 Summer Institutes, there's an energy and a vibe and a excitement that comes with really immersing yourself in the, AVID Summer Institute for, 3 days. So ideally, yes, but yeah, the train the trainer thing is part of what I was, Mm-hmm. No.
So, and sometimes within the content, so they really focus on Wicker strategy, writing, investigation, communication, organization, and reading. So sometimes you're a science teacher, but you don't know how to teach reading. And so we can bring AVID strategies. This is how you can chunk it. This is how you highlight it. You number the paragraphs to give the other teachers some support in how to teach reading. Because those classes, social studies, science, can be heavy in reading. We transposed maybe a number. I think we're at 41 point something on free and reduced. So I just want to say that could be an error.
All right.
Math, we are good at math. We are a well-oiled machine, and we do not like our scores at all. But we get it down to the standard. We have everything planned out. You try to stay with your partners on the calendar, and we really get down to the basics, like what do kids need to know and how can we get there. So we do about everything in order to get there. We will stand on our head. We will, have kids stand on their head, whatever it takes to get kids going in math. We're really good at that. So, and we have a lot of support from Title to help us have small class sizes in order to help those students who are level 1, level 2, to get them up to the second tier. We were able with Title money in December to buy the math lessons that go along with it, because we did use those. And so we just finished today the last of the iReady tests, and we'll see if we improved. And we will have test talks with especially the students, or we call them push classes, small size classes, and make goals, kind of build that relationship with the teacher. And we don't show them where they're still lacking, because again, we're halfway through the year, but we kind of make some growth goals, and the students love it. So, and those are the specific little goals that we kind of focus on that seem to be always sort of a sticking point for our students that we have to put a little extra effort into. So these are some of our activities. That's just a little bit. Spiraling questions, that means if they didn't get it from the first unit, problems that were hard, they're going to see them in the warm-ups in the next unit and on the test. We have a floating Cougar Academy teacher. So if you were absent, you had COVID, and this comes out of having COVID in our school, they're out for 5 days, that we have a floating Cougar Academy teacher. That student goes to that teacher, gets taught the lessons that they missed, rather than just coming back and you're feeling lost. So we started that last year, and it's been great. Or if they have to retake a test, they went to JA, or they went to, band contest or whatever, they can go to the Cougar Academy and retake their test without having to have them stay after school, which is sometimes difficult for us to get students to do. So we try to do it within their day. And those are some of the activities, action plans we have.
All right, and then our second goal area is SEL, sense of belonging. And as I mentioned, I don't know if you could pick a higher priority for the middle level. The basis of the data that we're looking at is based on Panorama, which I think Todd mentioned earlier. So Panorama, breaks down the questions tied to, do you have someone that you connect with at school? Do you feel connected to adults? I mean, there's a myriad of questions that it asks. It's a really neat tool to give you a broad sense of kind of where the school is in terms of, like a, grade level or male, female, that kind of a thing. But as you can see, we talked about the interim measures there. And so we kind of took from Panorama a few of the questions that target specifically a student feeling like they belong at school, and they kind of have their space, and they feel like they're seen and heard. So we took a portion of that, and we built our own little Google form survey that we're giving to kids every month. And the neat part about that is we actually get specific data and kids' names. So now we know, like, hey, these 5 kids, we know them by name. We know that they don't, feel like they belong. The data on the spreadsheet shows that. And then we have a SST team, our student support team, that meets on Fridays, made up of counselors, administrators, our community and schools coordinator that we just got a few weeks ago. And so that work during that meeting is tied to pulling up the data, identifying those students, and then figuring out what interventions we're going to implement to target that sense of belonging and improve, again, a kid's ability to feel like this is home, and I'm seen and heard here. So and then part of the reason we're doing that monthly too is, again, we want to progress monitor. We're going to implement an intervention. We want to see, obviously, if it's working. And so every single month we give that survey. Again, it's 5 questions, so we can do it quick. And then our SST team gets together and analyzes the data to see who's making progress, celebrate that, who's kind of flatlined, and maybe look at, do we need to just keep tracking with the intervention for a little longer period of time, and maybe who, might be even going the other direction. So the one thing we did on the second month or third month, I can't remember, but sometimes adults are pretty good at like, hey, we know how we can get you to feel like you belong, and we come up with our ideas, and it's like, no, great ideas, adults, but we got to ask kids what makes them feel that way. So we added one question, I think, like I said, the second time or third time we gave the survey to say, kids, what makes you feel like you belong in this place? And I'll tell you, some awesome, hilarious middle school sarcastic answers, and then some really neat feedback that we used and shared with staff to say, hey, here's, kind of 3 or 4 common themes that we pulled out from the data, and then talked as grade level teams and to figure out, hey, how can we implement some things that target specifically what kids are asking for that will really, make them feel like they're included here.
And that picture, those
Oh,
are
yeah.
middle school kids, but that's what you need as a middle school teacher. That's Joanna Babbitt, who is here. You need someone who's quirky, who has a passion for the topic, who will do some PD, like read a book, teach like a pirate, and really, the kids feel that that teacher is behind them 100%. So, children are the meaning of life, and if you have staff, we have amazing teachers who believe in kids, who go all the way for our wonderful middle school kids who are amazing.
Yeah, and again, coming in new and starting to, observe and see how things work, I can completely testify to the adults, and again, not just teachers, but paras and nutrition services and community in schools, a bunch of adults that show up every day because they care about kids and wrap around them and are, absolutely there for the right reason. So just a quick I think I kind of touched on some of the action plans. Again, we look at the data, we implement interventions, we track that. Some of the curricular pieces that we use to kind of target tier 1, like all building around sense of belonging, but also, helping kids navigate conflict and build resiliency skills and some of the self-regulation strategies is tied to our Character Strong curriculum. We also have utilized and kind of beefed up the PBIS system, positive behavior intervention supports, in really, again, teaching explicitly the skills we're looking for, and then looking at our data that says, hey, 70-80% of the kids are rocking it, and then taking a look at those other 15-20% and breaking them down and starting to really dig and investigate what are the barriers, what are some of the things driving some of the behavior or disengagement, those types of things. So I, again, proud definitely of the PBIS systems that are in place.
And CLR is comprehensive
life
resources, and so they increase the number of counselors coming to KPMS. So now we have 3. So like our level 1s, level 2s on the social emotional, the sense of belonging, we partner with them to put them in groups. Of course, it's very concerning if they're level 1, so that's a more intensive intervention, but they're able to do groups with level 2s. And then the last staff meeting, we took level 2s and we staff adopted a level 2 and just, checking in with them, for like a couple weeks, just kind of try to get to know them and make sure that they feel like they belong. Any questions?
Thank you both. I'm really kind of stuck on this, what seems extremely obvious thing that you've done that I really appreciate, which is the turning around and asking the kids what gives them the sense of belonging. And I think I'm just intensely curious what that looked like, if there's any way we would be able to see that, because as a parent of a new middle schooler, it's been a really big adjustment, right? Like you go from, we've been talking about all the elementary schools where the parents come in the classroom and they can help and they can do these things. And then you hit middle school and all of a sudden it's like a whole new landscape. And it's a lot harder for, just the structure of middle school makes it a lot more difficult to get those volunteers in.
And so I wonder, two questions. One, do you have volunteers and how are you able to integrate them in a meaningful way? And two, do you think that, you know, and this isn't just KPMS, this is all middle schools in terms of that sense of belonging, because I think you are right on the mark. I mean, there's nothing more important at that grade level. So how's that going?
We don't have regular volunteers, but what we do is if it's for a specific event or something that they can come in for a day, we reach out. And when we went to JA, this was the first time like we had so many corporate volunteers, which was amazing. And but we had parents that went. We'll find someone to go, you know, but that always is a barrier, you know, for extra help. We do have an avid tutor this year, so that's been great. And community and schools, now that we have a coordinator, they're really good at finding tutors as we need them. So, and you're right about middle school. You know, they're 12, they want to hang around you, sit by you, and then it's just not cool at 13. They want you there, but they don't want to hear your voice when they're playing a basketball game, so you have to be quiet.
And I'll pull out just again a couple of those themes and share them with you just so you can kind of see the themes we pulled out of the survey. One thing, and we haven't implemented yet, but I've done in previous schools too, is doing like an every other month student roundtable where we get, you know, kids, not just like your ASB or leadership kids, but the kid that's going to tell you like how he really feels, to get together in a room and say, hey, you know, some prompting questions to gather feedback and say, what do you like? What do you don't like? What would you do differently? Those types of things. Again, to your point of, helping students realize like this isn't us putting school on for you. This is us building a school community together, and you're pretty much the main main character in the story. So I think that's again another way we want to do that. But I'll find the themes and share that with you guys. Yeah.
I do want to share that, you know, there's our kids can achieve, and they can meet expectations. So when we went to JA, we just might have to do some pre-teaching, but the vice president of Chase Bank and the other volunteers said it was like the best school that they've ever, you know, helped with. Because, you know, middle school kids can be kind of a little scary, but that was such a compliment to the teachers who were teaching JA, and Jennifer Durham and Joanna Babbitt, who organized all the buses and the kids and the content. And so we're really proud of that, but we're super proud of our students. Junior achievement, it's financial literacy. Like, it is what you want students to know. How to make a budget. This is what you make. So they go to JA in Auburn and they get a scenario. You might be a taxi driver with $24,000 a year, or you might be twins, or a physicist, and you can buy, you know, a Maserati. And so it's fun because they're talking to each other, but they have to build a budget, buy a vehicle. One kid tried to get a bike with the twins. Not going to work, and you know, pay rent, or buy a house, pay the bills, and, you know, just super life skills. It's really cool. And what's great is some of the teachers that will maybe still go on to more of that within their Cougar Academies and their support classes, because the kids really liked it. But they have a book, and they always have that book that they can take home with them. And we really appreciate the Gig Harbor Rotary for helping us, sponsor us to go.
The game of life on steroids is how I.
Yeah. It's fun.
So I want to voice my support. I know you guys have gone through a lot lately. And over the last couple of years, we've all gone through a lot. And so I watched what's happened there, and then I've been in and out recently here a couple times, and I just want to voice my support that you're juggling, and now you're juggling chainsaws, but you're doing it, and you're keeping it together, and keep it up. And
Thank you.
we realize it's a struggle.
And thanks for the board support.
Yeah.
My wonderful superintendent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just also have a comment, really to all 8 of you. Well, thank you for all of the, information, but I'm very impressed tonight with how I feel like every single student at all well, one thing, I love the format because, your kids will all become their kids, and we haven't done it this way in the past. And at least speaking for myself, I really enjoyed this just in concept because we're talking about, and we'll do that with other schools as well. But I feel this deep sense that every single kid is seen and known at all of these schools. And I think that is the goal. And I mean, every kid may not feel that way. I'm not suggesting that every kid is thinking, oh, they know me, I fit in. But you know something about every single kid and where they're at and where they need to work and who they hang out with and who doesn't have anyone to hang out with and all that. And I just want to say thank you for that because I just am very impressed with what you all do every day and your staffs. And we appreciate you all.
We're never finished. We're always going to get better and adding on to PBS and find different ways, so never finished.
So Jerry and Luke, for me, we heard some comments earlier tonight that sort of, struck a nerve for me. And, I've been on the board, I'm in my 10th year, and in many, too many to count, board meetings, the boards I've been on have all been very intentional to make sure that we do our very best not to leave the Key Peninsula out of the conversation. I don't think 2 board meetings go by without Chuck saying, what are we doing for the Key? So which is a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing. But, the board has done our very best, in my opinion, to bridge the gap and bring the Key Peninsula groups and join with the Gig Harbor groups, Gig Harbor proper, and not have there be 2 school districts, but have them be one. And being in these executive sessions and these retreats, building out strategic plans, board meetings, and all the things that we do, going out in the community, I just had not seen the school board not be intentional to do everything we could for the Key Peninsula students. There's 4 total schools out there. 50% of them are new. I mean, 2 or 4. I mean, KPMS and Evergreen are new. And there's 9 over on this side of the bridge, and 3 of them are new. So higher percentage actually out there has newer, nicer schools. But Chris went and got fiber to the schools on the Key Peninsula. And I would just like to, do you think that parents would have supported busing their kids from KPMS to Harbor Ridge so they wouldn't have to be in classrooms that might be around school construction? I mean, would that have been a starter for your parents to bus their kids all the way over to Harbor Ridge just so they weren't in a construction environment? I would think that's sort of exciting, but so I guess that could be a rhetorical question. First, thanks for all the schools staying for the whole school board meeting. I know it's late and we still have a ways to go, but I appreciate your collective all being here and supporting each other. So I would just say with the board here, if that y'all as a collective group of schools on the Key Peninsula do not feel that our school board and our superintendent and our school district are doing enough for you, I'd like to hear it. And if so, sort of like what Chuck said, irregardless of funds, are we giving you the support that you feel that you need?
And sometimes we feel like we're in barn boots slugging through the mud instead of having fast track shoes and on a flat surface. So for us to run track we have to make sure like the kids can get a ride home. So one of the things that we're going to bounce around is, can we use title money so for extra buses on 4 days instead of just 2 days where we're doing tutoring, and then include more tutoring as well. So transportation's not an issue for them not to participate. And then we have to look at getting the physical and having parents, it's difficult for them sometimes to navigate, getting the physical, maybe they don't speak English, and so, well, let's use the homeschool athletic form. So it takes a lot of problem solving, so it takes a lot of energy. It's just not easy. Once we get them there, it's great, and they feel good about it, but it takes a lot of effort to put on some things. So that's why we're trying to be really intentional. I was determined to have an EL student play soccer because he was really good. And we had a couple of EL students that are really good at soccer. And, just that, like, dad's in El Salvador or Guatemala and left, and he's like couch surfing and with a relative, but is he able to sign the physical form? I mean, it took like 2 weeks. He missed like the first week of practice, but we made it happen. We're determined to make it happen. But those are the things, like sometimes the processes, the forms, and how can we make it easier? How can we have free physicals for our students when we need it before school starts, or so they can be all ready to go. And we do have challenges. They might not have track shoes. So
I mean, you didn't really answer my question. My question was, between you and the other 3 elementary schools that are here, do you all feel a sense that the school board and the school district do not care about the schools?
No, I just think maybe we're bringing awareness to maybe some issues that we want to bring up that would make it more equitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe we just have been really good at bouncing around and trying to do it on our own, and maybe we need to talk, and like this would really help us.
Okay.
What do we want? We want everything. We want our kids to be successful at everything and have chances in life.
We want that too.
Yeah, I think I grew up here in Gig Harbor, up on Peacock Hill, back when this was a small community, and moved out on the KP because it was more rural as this area grew up. And then being out on the KP all these years, there was a perception, and I'm going to call it a perception, that we didn't get all the services. Coming in and getting involved in the Peninsula Schools Education Foundation before getting elected to the school board, I got to see some things in the other schools over here too. And I want to say the worst condition of a school that I saw was Artendale. It wasn't out on the KP. We had that perception, I think, a lot of times, that it was the KP that always got on the back burner. But sitting here in this seat now, I can kind of see things a little differently. I still feel like there is a geographical isolation issue that causes us some problems out on the KP, that we don't get some of the services. But having said that, I think as far as facilities, we've come a long, long ways. I can remember Vaughn being built and Mentor, both in my time. So they still feel like new schools, but I was just told the other day that Vaughn was 30 years old, and I couldn't believe that. And so I know Vaughn now needs maintenance. So there's floor tiles that are stuck down with duct tape. And so we do need to look at those things. But I want you to recognize also that it's not just the KP schools. We're we're juggling a budget, and it's not looking good because of coming out of all these extra funds that we got during COVID are going away, and so we're looking at some real issues coming up here in the next year or two for facilities, for everything. So bear with us as we try to get through this. But I think, as David says, I'm your voice. I know, and these guys hear it from me all the time. So you're going to get my attention out there. So, having said that, I want to mention something about a group to all of you that you need to be involved in. And Mentor has sent somebody there already. The PTA person has gone to a group, we call it KP Kids. And it's a group that meets once a month. And it is communities in schools, it's Red Barn, it's everybody that has something to do with kids on the KP coming together for a little networking and collaboration. And so the effort is kids. So if your schools could send somebody to that meeting, and I'll make sure you get on the list, it's very beneficial just to hear from you each month what you need, because there's a lot of resources in that room that can go, oh, I can get you that, or whatever. But so that meets, we've been meeting at the Mustard Seed second Thursday?
It's changing.
Yeah, it's changing. I think it's the second Thursday we've been meeting. We're just like the last 6 months, maybe a year. But please be a part of that group, and we're going to continue to work because we do have some issues, and we're going to get through it.
Okay, so I just want to add on to every school that has spoke. I am the president of my Black Student Union, and my goal was to create an equal community throughout all of Gig Harbor. And I want to let you guys know that I'm going to go back to Gig Harbor on Monday and tell my entire executive group that we need to start volunteering at these places, because this is really important, and the things that you're saying are important to me, and I want to volunteer at your places to make kids feel equal there, so that we can really come together and build a bigger community. And I want to, whatever I can do, like at the Key Peninsula, I've heard other people talk, and like it sounds super, super important that students feel safe, and I want to be a part of that. So whatever I can do, reach out to Gig Harbor. We'll reach out to you guys, and we'll help.
This board meeting just this little bit longer. Earlier, it's still a little bit longer now. But earlier tonight, 2 of your track teachers or coaches came up to talk about the conditions of the track. How do you feel about what they said about the track? Was that accurate, or is it maybe worse or better than what you're saying?
It's exactly as they described the long jump pit. So we do, are working on a plan, and the district is working on a plan, but, we can't promise things that we can't pull through, but it's a high need for us.
Thank you for responding to that.
Well, I'm going to make this even longer, Katie. I just want to thank you are the first, so you were the first group that went through, so thank you for this new format. I'm really excited about any kind of vertical articulation, so I love the concept that the students flow through your elementary schools. They start as transitional kindergarten, right, the little preschoolers, and they will go all the way through KPMS. So the fact that you're all here together, and I know that you work collaboratively. You know, it is a very different, I'm not an elementary person, so when I walk in, Todd's smiling because he totally knows, I'm always in awe at all of the work, and so listening to the school improvement plan, listening to the explicit interventions around how to teach a child to read, that is really complex stuff. It is really an art and a talent that our teachers are embracing. With our children come a variety of different, ways and skills. So I just want to, and in mathematics, Abby, thank you for being so explicit. I have had the opportunity to see in your building, I was invited in to see math talks. We'll be talking about that more next year, but really that explicit, allowing students to be able to think like a mathematician and to learn mathematics so that it's deeply ingrained and not just rote. And so I have had the opportunity to be in all of your elementaries out on the Key Peninsula. What a beautiful place. I know that, whether you're in a new building or you're in a building that is not as new, there is great talent. And then you all go to KPMS. I do know middle school very, very well. Luke, you make me smile because 13-year-olds are not, as our director Butler said, they don't want you to be hanging out anymore. And if you kiss them on the cheek before you drop them off in the car, you get in big trouble, right? So it is the age where children are exploring. They are kind of becoming adults, but they're not becoming adults. They may treat each other not nice, and the next day they're best friends. It is a very tumultuous time, and I have seen KPMS staff and I've heard both of you as leaders. It is a constant, and we have to remember this point in time. We have students in your middle schools that weren't there on a consistent basis. Your 8th graders didn't get to go through all this gnarly part of 6th and 7th grade. And so I just want to thank all of you because our schools are amazing places for children, and they're always works in progress, because that's what children are. They're never an end product. So I want to thank you for your rigorous attention to data and the fact that we will be looking at growth, and we will be persistent about making sure that kids meet their standards, because to have them be good, accomplished students, you just can't underscore that. So thank you for your hard work. And I know we just saw a snapshot. We're looking at your SIP plans, which are extensive. So the audience hasn't seen necessarily all of the SIP plans, but I know that the work is really hard. So thank you for this late night, but it was pretty important. Thanks.
And I thought about a break, but I think I don't power through, because this part is the most interesting to you, I think. Okay, so we have no old business to discuss. We'll move on to item 10.1 in new business. It's the presentation introduction of our new high school science pathways. So we have Ashley Hortenza, and then is Melissa here? Or oh, there she is. Okay, thank you.
You want to say something first before I dive in? All right, I'm going to impart pearls of wisdom, and I'm going to do it this way. Ashley's going to tell you all about it. No, I'm very grateful for Ashley to be here, where she's going to be talking to you about some more of our science adoption that we've been working on. She has she has 2 presentations for you. You've had a chance to see those, hopefully, and then we're available for any questions you might have. So thank you.
So I was here last spring talking about new biology curriculum, and it's not really part of my presentation today, but I just want to let you know it is going fabulously. I get a chance to collaborate with the biology teams from all 3 high schools on a regular basis this year, and just listening to the depth of those instructional conversations is just really inspiring. And it's all because they have a common curriculum around high leverage teaching practices that they can really dig into together. So thank you for that. And here are the next steps that we had hoped to be able to do last spring, but we didn't have options in front of us last spring that the teachers felt were the right fit for Peninsula School District. So we dug back in. When you start an adoption process, oh, I have a clicker, there we go. When you start an adoption process, one of the first things you take a look at is what is the big picture vision for how students walk through that content area in high school? So that's that pathway. You know, what class are they going to take freshman year? What class are they going to take sophomore year? When do they get to have some choices in what they're doing? When do they get to follow their passions? And so when you're looking at adoption of new curriculum, you want to make sure that that curriculum matches the purposes of the courses that you're teaching. And so throughout this adoption cycle, although it has been longer and more arduous than I think anyone I have ever participated in, thank you, pandemic, we've been digging into that pathway conversation about what organization of courses is going to best support our students in being able to pursue their post-secondary goals and their passions. And so this is where we have landed. We made a flow chart because, you know, we're scientists and we like charts. To help communicate how this works to you and parents and families and everybody. So couple things. That middle one, standard pathway. Right now, current practice, going to stay that way. Almost every ninth grader is in biology. That those teachers work together and they design that course and their instruction around the fact that these are ninth graders, they're still learning how to high school, and how are we going to help them do that? One of the significant differences in this pathway from what currently exists is that sophomore level course. So currently, a majority of sophomores and juniors, you do biology, chemistry, physics, right? Same way it's been forever. And that's great. It gives kids a chance to see all 3 domains and see, do I like this one, do I that one? But it only leaves them senior year to really get some choice in where they're going with their upper level science electives. So we are going to offer in the sophomore year a course, chemistry, physics, a semester of chemistry-focused instruction, a semester of physics-focused instruction, so that students can get that whole breadth of the next generation science standards, that experience with all the domains by the time they get to the end of sophomore year. So when they're going into their junior and senior years, they have much larger choices in what electives they want to pursue, what matches their pathway, what matches their passions, and it also gets them well prepared for the state test by the time they're juniors. So that's kind of the main crux of it. There's some other pieces on there. I know you're probably digesting it. There's a lot on there. You may notice for a lot of those electives, you see both an AP designation and you see a designation that has some sort of U. Currently, that's CWU or UW for the most part. So those are college and the high school is it is up to each individual building which courses they are participating in the college and the high school programs, because those teachers have to be vetted and approved by the university partner. Every university partner has different expectations of those teachers. Every university, even within departments, so like the expectations of the UW anatomy and physiology teacher are different than the expectations for the UW chemistry teacher, because those are different departments at UW, and so there's different people making those decisions. So as a district, we do have an obligation to have a course that students can take if the school doesn't make the choice to offer that college and the high school option, or for whatever reason the university decides they're not going to approve that particular teacher. And so to answer those, for a lot of those courses, we have AP, and that's also why you see the addition of honors chemistry on there. So chemistry lives in this very unique world where the AP chemistry course and exam are notoriously among the most difficult in all of the AP worlds. And even College Board will tell you students should have a full year of rigorous chemistry instruction before attempting their full year of AP chemistry instruction before attempting the AP exam. And our chemistry team teachers felt really strongly that we needed to offer that full year kind of traditional chemistry experience for students who were excited about that and wanted to dig in. And so that's where that honors chemistry course has come from. Lots of the same other options that have been available to students for years are still there. AP Environmental is still open to all students, 9-12. Our Project Lead the Way Biomed Pathway is still available, students 9-12. We have opened the doors wide open for students to go back and forth between pathways as it fits them or as they learn more about their own interests and talents. So the teachers were really passionate about lowering barriers to accessing advanced science. And that's what one of our major goals with these shifts to the pathway. Questions? I'm going to go on to curriculum. I'm trying to be as brief as possible because I know your brains are full.
Okay, I just have to say, I am sitting here so excited that this is our pathway, and this is why. Because I'm a science person. Now, I don't know how to teach reading, okay? But I do. This is absolutely phenomenal that we offer in 9th grade biology, and then you do a chem phys, and then you open the door to students. It removes barriers. But also I was in a conversation with someone from Alaska, and they are now just talking about offering biology to 9th graders because what they've done is that they have integrated science, which is general science, and then they only take 10th graders in biology, which limits any of their students to have access to upper level.
Yeah.
And so I have to underscore what she's saying, that this is awesome. And my friends in Alaska are petrified to get to this, and what a disservice they're doing to the students in Alaska. So I hope no one's from Alaska that's still on, but that's what they're looking for as well. So this is really, really awesome.
Thank
you.
So
thank your teachers because it's courageous work and it's the right work. If we're going to talk about equity, so thank you.
It really this came from a lot of discussion with the teacher teams and very clear from them about where they see the supports that students need to be successful in advanced science. And the great thing is, we've talked a bit tonight about KP, Gig Harbor, all of that nonsense. This is both buildings, all 3 buildings in the same conversation saying, we're going to teach this curriculum together. We're going to collaborate on this. All our kids in the district are getting an equitable science experience. So it's really exciting. It's exciting for me to be able to be involved with those teaching teams.
I'm a bit confused by your slide because it looks to be some things are in the wrong place and some things are missing, because I'm 12th grade with all my science credits, right? In 10th grade, I took field ecology, which is said to only be for 11th and 12th up there. And food science isn't up there, which is also a way to get science credit.
So this is not a comprehensive list that's up here because it doesn't include a lot of our courses that are dual credited with CTE. And food science is that way, forensics is that way. I know there's been some conversations about including marine biology and field ecology in that dual credit as well. And the idea being, yes, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule and students who need something slightly different. And of course, they're going to work with their counselor and their building administrator to get what they need. But this is kind of the recommendation, standard pathway through science moving forward. It certainly doesn't exist this way now. And of course, Henderson Bay, you know,
I went to Gig Harbor High School for my first 2 years.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So field ecology was actually like a standard fill in the box. One of the things you didn't have to go to the counselor specifically get it.
Yeah.
But thank you for clarifying that for me.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on. Oh yeah. All of this will be in the catalogs. Of course, registration is coming up very soon, and I know those conversations are starting to happen in buildings. So we wanted to make sure the school board got a chance to see this first before it went out in catalogs and things like that. So all of this, these slides, a bunch of other documentation for communicating with counselors and principals, that will all go out to buildings as tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'm at Goodman with the middle school teachers, but after that. So I think I talked through all of these pieces, so I'm going to skip this slide for right now because, yeah. So on to curriculum to support those courses. I talked about the reasons we would have an honors chemistry course. I don't have honors chemistry curriculum to present to you tonight because we haven't had the opportunity to take that to IAC yet. Unfortunately, the IAC meeting was on the 17th and the honors chemistry team didn't get a final decision made until the 18th. So we'll be taking that to IAC next month. And so when you see me again in February, I will have honors chemistry curriculum to share with you. Physics, the physics curriculum. So just to review, and I did this a little before, but we started this adoption review process for biology, chemistry, and physics in the spring of 2020. So, and we've been through it all with this one. But I'm really happy with the way right now it's really just one teacher at each building, but they have come together and had some really incredible collaborative conversations that I don't think either of them thought were possible before we got at a table together. And we went back and forth. We looked at a lot of curriculum options for physics. And when I was here to talk about biology, we talked a lot about phenomena-based instruction and three-dimensional instruction aligning with NGSS. And the physics teachers, when we looked at the curriculum that liked to sell itself as that deeply aligned, the physics teachers were really concerned about getting pigeonholed into particular phenomena and not being able to adjust their phenomena based on whatever was happening in current events or whatever was the thing in their lives of their students, and being able to twist or localize is the word we use, the phenomena in that way. And so the curriculum they have connected to Inspire Fixes does include phenomena-based instruction, but the units are a little more, totally lost my train of thought. The way it's organized, they're not tied to one particular phenomena. If a teacher wanted to pick something more local, pick something that happened in our local community and weave it in instead, the curriculum would still be just as supportive to student learning. They wouldn't lose major pieces along the way. Inspire Physics comes from McGraw-Hill. It's a well-known publisher. It's someone we've partnered with before. So as far as integrating with Schoology and all of those kind of back-of-the-house things, we're confident that we have the support we need to move forward with that. So the other great part is for that 10th grade chemistry physics, they chose the partner curriculum to the physics curriculum. Inspire has a physical science, so half of that is chemistry strength, half of it is physics strength. And so it'll be a really nice connection for students having taken that chemistry physics class in sophomore year. Well, they get to physics, especially if they choose physics right away junior year, they'll have all those connections, the same 5E learning, God, I can't come up with words tonight. 5E learning design, which is also actually used by our elementary curriculum. Our new elementary curriculum uses the 5Es: engage, explore, explain, elaborate, evaluate. So it starts to create some really nice vertical alignment pieces for our students. So those are the two reasons I am here with you tonight, to share the update to the pathway and to do the first reading for these two curriculum pieces. Any questions?
First off, thank you for your presentation. How many students participated in the piloting of these two curriculums?
So for the chemistry physics curriculum, we had, and if anybody knows I'm wrong, please jump in. We had 5 sections at Peninsula and 2 sections at Gig Harbor that participated in this year's round of the pilot. And I believe last year it was closer to, it was more equal at each building. I think it was like 4 and 4 in last year's round, but it was the same teachers.
Okay, so but you don't have an actual number of students that participated total, like they had 100 students, 75?
Well, not off the top of my head. You assume 30 students in a class.
Okay.
So
over 100?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was there, after they did this pilot, and I don't know if any of our student reps have been in curriculum pilots before, but after the pilot or during the pilot, was there any opportunity for parents and students to complete a survey?
Yeah.
To say whether or not they like this course and to give their own feedback? Because I didn't see anything that said you piloted, more than one course and then decided on one. Sounds like you decided on one and then ran with it. So.
Okay, my bad for not sharing that information, but yes, for both of these courses, we have now piloted a total of 4 different curricula.
Okay.
And during instruction, teachers collect data on 3 learning activities. They collect data on a modeling activity, on an investigation, and on an assessment. And students are asked to provide their own feedback on each one of those activities. So I have literally thousands of pieces of student data, which I'm happy to share with you if you want to.
What about parent data? Did parents have any?
So our cycle has been to share, after we've had the first reading with you, to share an opportunity with parents to view the curriculum. We have it all up on the adoption website, and we're hosting an information night on the 31st for anybody who has questions they want to ask.
Previous adoption nights like that, how many people actually attend that?
Unfortunately, it's pretty low.
Pretty low. So,
Yeah.
So the parents really are going to get a very short window to review this curriculum and determine whether they support it. Basically.
If you think about it only as from today until you finally approve it, hopefully at your next meeting, that's approximately a month. I guess my hope is that they've been seeing it all along in their students' classes over this last semester for this pilot, and they probably saw some other pilot options last year in their courses, so that they have some ideas, and that having that 1-month window available for them to provide their feedback to us would be a sufficient opportunity.
How many parents were on the IAC that supported and approved this?
I don't know, Melissa.
Our IAC calls for parent from each feeder or from each high school, and I've not had parents. I've had community members ask, but I've not had a parent ask to serve on it.
So no parent served on the IAC to select the curriculum? Not one?
IAC does not select the curriculum. The teachers select the curriculum. They bring it to us. They basically have a presentation just like this. And,
Melissa, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I am going to. Can you come and stand up to the mic?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I thought the role of the IAC is to sort of do a high-level overview and to say they agree with this curriculum.
Yes, we agree. We agree with it. And what we do is we say we agree with this recommendation, and we're going to send it to the school board for approval.
Okay, so but my concern would be, I hope, obviously, is that there was no parent that sat on the IEC that helped review and evaluate the curriculum to make that decision to send to the board. In this case, that's a true statement.
That is a true statement.
Okay, so how much effort do we put into getting parents to participate on the IEC?
I know that principals at both high schools in the 6 years I've been here have polled parents several times, and we don't get volunteers.
Hey, David, I'm just going to jump in because this is something that we're looking at specifically in the realm of the board's role.
Right.
We do have a policy and a procedure on that. And so this is something that we're reviewing, and I think it says it's the superintendent's designee can pick somebody. So hearing about this and knowing that there is a lack of volunteering for this. I think this might be an
Yeah,
area that we
I
can work
agree.
with
I
you
mean,
on.
To me, I agree, we're gonna
improving
discuss this.
it.
Just, it's unfortunate that, to me, that there's no parent that sat on, that
Not on IEC, but they do have the option of seeing it on the website. And then, as Ashley has explained, in past adoptions, we've had multiple opportunities for parents to come to the meetings, the Zoom meetings. I think prior to the pandemic, we had in-person meetings, and unfortunately, the turnout has always been very low. That doesn't mean we're not going to have it, but and if anybody has suggestions on how to better engage parents in that, my assumption, and I understand that, is that if parents had questions, they'd be talking to administrators or to teachers or to you or to Creston or to me or to somebody. So.
Yeah.
I would say that many of us are parents as well as teachers within the district as well, so we are aware of what's going on.
Okay.
Right.
And then I guess for me, the last thing would be, are these textbooks are all online? And then it's a two-part question.
That is actually part of the reason the Inspire series was chosen by teachers as opposed to some of the other options, is because it has that balance of both being available in a physical textbook and as a digital tool. So that and the request from the teachers has been, if this gets approved, to have a classroom set plus of textbooks. So they have a set to use in class, but they have some more to loan out to students who want to have a physical text at home to study from. But the full text is also available digitally on a myriad of devices, so students can access it in a way that works for them. As we're looking at inclusive classrooms and supporting all students, looking at the digital tools for accessibility that are available on the platform are an important part of that. And these on the platform, they have the text to speech, they have the ability for students to digitally highlight, they have the additional links for students to dig in more if they get really excited about a topic. So our teachers felt strongly that these curriculum materials provided that balance of, yes, textbook, yes, digital access. We want to have the opportunity to have both. Way back in 2020, when we very first started this process, one of the first steps was to survey families about the current reality of what was happening in their science classrooms and what did they want and what was their vision. And that was one of the pieces of data that came out of that very strongly, was that we wanted to have both so students could choose what works best for them in their situation.
Yeah. And I think you and I had this conversation last year when we did it out in the Commons.
Yeah.
If these are the curriculums that the teachers are going to be teaching those students, do they have the opportunity to go out and pull supplemental information to teach that maybe parents aren't aware of that are being taught in the classroom, or do the teachers stick to the curriculum?
So I don't think any of our teachers, nor do I think we'd want them to be turn to page 32 and we're going to do these 3 problems, right? But part of the exciting work of a new curriculum adoption is that ability to have time to do implementation work and do what we call frameworking, getting the teaching teams to sit down together and say, okay, here's the unit as it is in the curriculum. What are the pieces that are going to work really great for our students? Where are the places where maybe this curriculum's not so awesome and we do need to look for supplementary resources so that we have that information clearly documented and we can be more confident that that is more consistent across the board and in all buildings.
The only reason I ask that is that there's some curriculum that is taught in our school district that is considered, I would say, controversial, and parents might choose to opt their kids out. If parents don't, if there's nothing in these 2 curriculums that is considered controversial, they wouldn't need to opt out. But if someone got something off the internet that the parent wasn't aware of, I just want to make sure that doesn't happen, that's all.
I mean, I can't be the curriculum police, so I can't promise you that, but I don't see that as being a problem with chemistry and physics.
Thank you.
Ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I'm just kind of over here. I'm a senior at Peninsula, and I'm taking physics this year. So I kind of want to give the students' perspective on it because my class was like one of the testers for it.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if the student feedback was positive, because when I was trying this out, I wasn't a huge fan of it, and the whole class also wasn't a huge fan of it. So I was wondering if that was maybe different for like other schools or other classes, because to us, it kind of felt like the basic, like for the whole week that we were doing it, we were just reading out of the textbook and like doing that problems, and our teacher wasn't really teaching, so I didn't really feel like I benefited from it, but maybe he was doing it incorrectly. I don't know.
I don't think Mr. Newton was doing it incorrectly. You know, with any time you have thousands of pieces of student data, you're going to have some positives and some negatives. And so what happens with that data that gets collected is when the teaching team is making their decisions about choice A, choice B, we sit down and we look at the overwhelming picture of the data and which pieces are going to be a best fit. Out of all the curriculum pieces we looked at, and for physics total from the start of this process, I think we're at like 8 different curricula that we've looked at some different levels of depth. Not all of those pieces make it to piloting in classrooms. This was what the physics teachers felt strongly would be the best fit for what they do with students in classrooms, and being able to support all students in the physics class, and having those text-based resources for students who need them, having digital platform that'll talk to Schoology, and then other, you know, the other investigation pieces. Is Mr. Wolgamuth still going to do his airbags on his mousetrap cars? For sure, that is still going to happen. Like those rich pieces that teachers have developed over years and years. Clearly, we all have to go home. I'm going to stop talking. But that's the frameworking process that I was talking about, where we sit down and we look at where are the strong pieces that we're going to rely on from a clear curriculum, and where are the pieces that our teachers have developed that fit our students' needs, and how can we bring that together to have the best experience possible for our students.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, two quick things. Thank you so much for all this work. We typically, when we look at curriculums, we would see a cost breakdown. Can we get that information on the curriculum?
Okay, I mean,
it doesn't have to be right this minute. You could send it to us later, whatever.
Right, so I'm working on that, and as soon as I have it, I'll share it with, of course, Ashley, and then we'll share it out.
Great, thank you. And the other thing, just to comment, the pathways, I want to agree with what you already said. It's unbelievable. My kids are all graduated, but I feel like calling them right now to say, look at this, because they're all, 2 of them work in healthcare, and just we're all about science. And the best they could really do back then was just anatomy and physiology, which wasn't even honors at the time they went through.
Yeah.
And just all these options, especially the one semester, like you can see what route. Oh, it's amazing. So I love it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
How do those pilots work? Is it like an online course, or is it separate from like classes?
Teachers use the curriculum in the classroom, and we collect data on how that goes.
Ashley, before you sit down though, I do. So when they are piloted, the teachers haven't gone through professional development.
And that's one of the big challenges of pilots, is that teachers don't have the opportunity to have the in-depth, both professional development on how to use the curriculum to its best advantage, and just how to use the tools. Like, what are all the ins and outs of the platform? How can I make it play nice with my Schoology that I use every day? And so those are the pieces that, once we have approval, hopefully in February, that's my next piece of work, is to get all of that coordinated and organized, and get teachers digging into how do we really do this as best we can. Thanks.
We are almost there. So that was 10.1 and 10.2 is just the first reading, so we're not taking action on that. So we will move on to school calendars for the upcoming years. Before we get started on the discussion, I just feel somewhat of a responsibility to explain why we are in this place now where we don't have a calendar beyond June. I know it's been really difficult for our families and our staff to plan for work and vacation. So I will be upfront and apologize for that, take responsibility. This is something that we haven't come up against in our time. We haven't adopted a calendar it's been 3 years now, and we kind of fell outside of our board policy in doing that, which I don't think our board policy, which was adopted 13 years ago, has been followed. It's essentially just a recommended model policy by WASDA. I don't think it's one that we have used in this district in the past. But in 2020, we adopted these past 3-year school calendars to accommodate for a condensed instructional calendar to make extra time essentially in the summer for building our new schools. And I think really what has happened is we just fell out of a cycle of adopting the calendar, and I have learned this process is really intense process. It's not as easy as it sounds as just picking a first day, picking a last day. There are a lot of rules about it. There are a lot of labor partners that we're working with and people who are impacted by this calendar. So I want to thank everyone who has worked on that, and also for putting out the thought exchange so that we can collect information that's valuable to our families. We know what the priorities are, and thank our teachers group for working with that to accommodate that as best as we can. That said, because we have a policy and we haven't followed it, I think the board is really interested this year in making sure that we update our policies and that we rely on them and use them in situations like this. I think it only serves our district well to govern from that framework. So we're going to go into the discussion. We do have 2 calendars that we have been presented with for the next 3 years. You should have links to them here. We've all looked at them. But what I want to see if maybe we can talk about is we want to definitely leave here tonight with a calendar. Maybe consider doing 2 years versus 3, and that way we can work with our labor partners, with our teachers and our other people who are impacted by the calendar, get some input from families, even students, on how we adopt a policy and maybe have a 2-year calendar, and then have some sort of a committee or a collaborative team that can work on adopting a calendar each year. So we will always have at least 2 years, but add this to the cycle of what we do from a policy and procedure standpoint. So that's my thought, but I would like to open it up for discussion. As you know, we have option A and option D, both of which will start after Labor Day. And that's something that was I would say the number 1 theme is frustration with the board for not having a calendar, so we will own that. Number 2 was please let's start after Labor Day. So both of those have been accommodated here. So any discussion or comments that any of you would like to make?
I reviewed both the calendars. I think a 2-year calendar would be fine since we're sort of getting back into it again. I personally like option A. I think being able to start school after Labor Day so people can go on vacation and come back and have that Labor Day weekend and then start school on Tuesday, the day after the Labor Day holiday. And then option A also has them getting out the last day of school before June 19th, and that's a federal holiday. So to me, it makes no sense for them to go to school and then have the holiday on Wednesday and then go to school for on Thursday and Friday and then be done with school. I think it makes sense for them to start on. So I support option A, and I would support a 2-year calendar. I know we just had a thought exchange, and there's a lot of stuff that we got from the parents as far as the calendar. So I think option A addresses more of what we heard from the parents. So that's what I would be supporting. Thank you.
So just, are we discussing what we want, or are we just discussing, thoughts? Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I think probably, again, being new, it was definitely, I had no idea all of the work that goes behind the scenes into pulling a calendar together and how much of it really, you have this idea that we have a lot of choice in how we can set things up, and in some cases we do, but in a lot of cases we don't. A lot of things are very highly regulated. So, again, a big learning curve, but I do like the idea of being able to review our policy and bring stakeholders to the table and talk about and have that, not get in a position again like this, right, where we have, I like the idea of 2 years minimum, and then that 3rd year is always sort of being planned. Because what I don't want to lose is a lot of the other stuff that came out of that thought exchange, which there's no possible way we can address, which is put everything on the table, right? Everything about calendars, not just when you start and when you stop, but, you know, start times. When are our collaboration days? When are, you know, how are we handling all those? Because I think staff and parents and students, things evolve and things have changed since, you know, the sort of, you know, a precedent needs to be honored, right? And we kind of fall into that, but, you know, again, use the pandemic as the excuse as a time to, you know, really reevaluate how we are doing this. Are we doing this the best to serve families and students? And is everybody at the table transparently talking and listening to each other? So, yeah, that's all. I like that approach.
Can you talk to your committee?
Well, we don't have one. So what I'm saying is what I would like to do because if you look at our policy, it's just exactly what's written in the WASDA model policy. It says we're going to adopt a year calendar every June, which I don't think this school district has ever done. It's not our policy, it's just a model. So what I would like to do is visit with all of our stakeholders, our labor partners, and have them come to the table. There are some groups that have the non-negotiables in the instructional calendar. It has to be 180 days. There are certain things around testing dates and how we manage trimesters and semesters and all of that. So all of those people need to sit together and come up with something that makes sense, that's fair, and that includes everyone's voice as well. And collaborate on that, and then do it, you know, we can add it to our district calendar. We do this every, I would say, outside of a regular negotiation schedule, maybe do it after our budgeting cycle and after our negotiation cycle, and then kind of work on it through that time, and then adopt it maybe right before a school year, for 3 years out. So that's what I have in mind. To your point with the calendar A, yes, it does seem, you know, we have a new federal holiday in June. However, so the difference really is midwinter break. So either we have a midwinter break or we don't, and it kind of shifts that end cycle or the end a little bit. But I think without having a calendar for next year, we've had a midwinter break for 25 years or more, maybe. So to not have it next year without giving warning on it, I think, you know, there are probably plenty of families that have planned for that. So that's why I would support calendar D, just to keep it consistent and then get that voice in there. I think we have accommodated that end of the start date after Labor Day. In my opinion, that was the number one theme that came out of the thought exchange. So that's
Parents and students also be on the calendar committee?
I would like to see that, yes.
Okay.
But, yeah. It's not yet developed. It's a collaborative process.
Right.
But yeah, for sure.
We're tossing it out there, parents and students should also be on it.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So to be totally honest, and this is a little humiliating, I thought we had one. I don't know where I thought these came from. We voted 3 years ago. I thought there was a committee somewhere that was doing all this work, because we don't make any, as you know, if you've voted on before, we'll sometimes get feedback about why did we do something with the calendar, other than make the final choice. I always assumed we had a committee, so that I feel strongly we need to have. So I agree. Regarding just the two choices, they're essentially exactly the same. I'm sure you all noticed this as well, except for the midwinter break piece and the last day of school, and one other potential snow makeup day. But I would agree with Natalie's comment, just because since I know my oldest child started school in 2000, and we've ever since then have had this break in February, which is always, you know, some like it, some don't. That's a fact. But on top of that, my other opinion is that if we're going to remove that and switch to just a long weekend, I personally don't like spring break then being so late in April. I would rather see that moved up a couple of weeks. If you're going to only have one break, I don't think, I think late April or mid-April is the time to have just one break. So that to me is just something and then others can weigh in on whether they think that's true or not. But to just dramatically go to skipping a break and going to all the way to April 16th or whatever to have a break, or whatever it is. It's my feedback.
So I do have a question, and maybe you can answer. So we've been given 2 calendars for 3 years. Can we pick one of the calendars and just say, can we do it for 2 years? Okay, so we don't have to amend anything to do that. Okay.
did you have something?
Well, I was looking at Dan Gregory. I think it's important to, Dan, if you could come on up. I think it's important to recognize that there has been a past practice in this district and what that looks and sounds like. And Natalie and I had a good opportunity to be able to have some conversations. I think the fact that you have 2 calendars in front of you, really one calendar was already the favored one. I absolutely agree. I'm going to take responsibility as a new superintendent. I didn't even think to look. I'm used to having 3 years in arrears, and that you're always exactly what Jennifer said. So I didn't even think to look that we had a calendar. I should have, I guess, last year and said, wow, this is going to end. We should probably start. So I'm looking at Dan because the practice here has been different and we had COVID. So I think it's a great opportunity to have more conversations around that. Typically what would happen in a district, let's say a normal time, is that you would already have 1 or 2 calendars already on the books, and then you would be presented with the next one, and then you would just vote on that. So it wouldn't be like this long conversation of what you would choose and all of that. And if you had created a structure by which there was multiple people on a committee, that would have already been set in precedence, either in policy or in practice. And so I think it's important that we apologize to our families because we should have had a calendar before now. And I should have been paying attention to that, so I'm going to take full responsibility. But I am going to look to Dan to just clarify this was past practice, and I see someone else is standing right, so it must be part of the group, so that it's just easily understood as to where we came from, what has happened in the past, and then really it's your purview to plan for the future.
So thank you for the opportunity to address this issue with you. And yeah, I'll talk about past practice, but I want to circle back to something that President Wimberly indicated. The only time the past practice has had any kind of hiccup was going into construction, because I don't believe we gathered as a team during that. I believe that even a smaller group gathered with Superintendent Jarvis at that time to say, how do we compact the year and allow for construction? So it hasn't been that we haven't been in this process in 3 years. It's been longer than that because the process didn't happen prior to the prior 3 years. And so we were getting back on track, and I think we all are, I appreciate you taking responsibility. I think we're all a little bit at fault to say, how do we get back on track? But we have in the past practice has been to work closely with our PEA leadership group. And we have started, I don't know that we've started any earlier, because we started in September this year with a goal of getting something to you by December, and that got delayed for a variety of reasons, and we apologize for that. But we did come to the table with the thought exchange feedback. We put together a couple of options and had different modifications. And Marcy Cummings-Coho will probably laugh at me, because in past practices, I've said, we're going to ask people, they're going to want to start later, end earlier, and have more vacation days, but we still have to fit 180 in there somewhere. But we did go through several options, had a lot of great discussion about that. The 2 did go to a vote with our PEA members, and they did favor calendar D, which is past practice. And I think for all of the reasons you just talked about, with that February break being there and that going away seemed, I think, too sudden. I don't want to speak for Marcy, I'll let her speak to it, but there has been, even amongst PEA members, do we want it or do we not? And so that has been the practice, past practice. We've come together, we've put options together, and they have voted on it. And so, yes, that's where we're at right now, is they're fairly invested in calendar D because of the past practice and the way we've gone through it before.
And I would tell you that we've never had a calendar vote so clear. 61% of our members voted for calendar D. And remember, we are also parents in this district. Mm-hmm. And we also really looked at the thought exchange, and we thought, we're like, oh, come on, let's just start before Labor Day. No, we can't do that. Really seriously, we thought about everything that was there and looked at the priorities. And I don't know, with like 5 or 6 calendars, like we worked with Dan with, and so calendar A and D came out, and calendar D came out at 61% in favor through the PA.
And I like your idea of looking at 2 because I think we're all open to a different process on a more upfront timeline.
Well, thank you for the work that went into it. Certainly, I think honoring past practice is something that this is just what we have done. So we appreciate the work that went into it. Appreciate really the thought that, or the consideration that went into the thought exchange. I know it kind of came out at a weird time for parents, and it was kind of a mad scramble to get all that information together and pull together these calendars. So, is there other discussion, other questions, or do we feel, I do not want to leave here without having a calendar tonight. So, and I would like to get home when it's actually still today. So.
The only feedback I get back is that I still favor calendar 8, but sounds like everybody else sort of have their mind made up already. But I would not be supportive of calendar D for any more than 2 years. So.
Okay. All right. Chuck, do you have anything you wanted to add? No. Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make?
I'll make a motion that we adopt calendar D.
I'll second. Can we give a term, like?
For 2
calendar
years.
D? Okay, is there a second? Jennifer, second? Okay, it has been moved by Chuck and seconded by Jennifer to approve calendar D for 2 years. That's the 23, 24, 24, 25 school years. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, the motion is carried. Calendar has been approved. If we can get that on the website as soon as possible, we'd appreciate it. We are not done. There's a back page. So, okay, thank you. Thank you for the work that went into that calendar, and I'm glad that we have that for our families. We can plan for a nice long summer this year. Moving on to item 13, we have the superintendent's report.
All right, I'm going to be quick. Thank you, school board. This is your month, and actually this is your year, so thank you for your service. You do hard work on behalf of children, so I want to thank you. Just a few things. The PHS had their puffs. I know, you did. I know. So I brought my granddaughter, and she dressed up as Hermione, and Puffs is an offshoot of Harry Potter, and we got to sit on stage, and there was smoke, and there were wands, and it was so wonderful. I was so impressed. What a fun event. We have been down to the legislature testifying. We were in the House and in the Senate for the Purple Star designation, so we're looking for that legislation hopefully to be approved this year, and if so, I just want to have a huge shout out for President Wimberly, because she is just a champion for children and military connected youth. So awesome. This weekend is Unified Basketball, so looking forward to attending that at Voss High School. Those are our students that are playing basketball. Winter sports, boy, this is quite the season, and I'm very impressed. Every event I go to, just very impressed with all of our schools. The CAPE event, and Avery, thank you for being there as a high school STEM female. That was pretty amazing. I want to shout out to Joy and all of your entourage. There were quite a few. Natalie, you were there. I mean, there were quite a few people. Even Hugh McMillan was there. So that was amazing. It was amazing. I haven't seen anything like that. I was just stunned. So families, if you're still listening, just next year, be ready for that, because that was just amazing. It was at Harbor Ridge Middle School, and it was STEM, all things STEM for students. It was wonderful, and thank you to the volunteers. There were amazing STEM volunteers. I could just list on, but what an amazing group. And so much work went into that, and thank you, sponsors. Gig Harbor, shout out to their females. They received the AP Computer Science Award for being exemplary and having so many females in their computer science. That's a big deal. So just a shout out to that. On Monday, we start our first Arts Council, so I'm looking forward to that and bringing that. Chuck, thank you for serving on that. Looking forward to bringing in and articulating arts and then broadening that to our shareholders. Stakeholders, share crop. I don't know. Whatever. Is it past 10? So spring, okay, so we're going to do this, the Peninsula Reads and the Million Minutes. So we'll have to do a revisit. So Tanya, put that on the books, please. I want to thank the many community members and organizations that have invited us and allowed us to come and speak. And I'm just going to mention just a few. But had the opportunity to go to Heron's Key. Boy, that was amazing. What a wonderful group of people. All the Rotaries that have had us, the Kiwanis, the Peninsula Schools Education Foundation, the City Council, the Chamber. We have been out talking about our propositions 1 and 2, our EP&O renewal levy, which is Proposition 1, and our Safety, Security, and Technology levy, which is Proposition 2. Our community has been very supportive, and we have shared information. If you're interested, please look on our website or invite us to speak more. We have this down, don't we, Chris? We have the program down. And just as a reminder, Election Day is Valentine's Day. So it's a good time to have Valentine, have chocolate, and turn your ballot in. It is the end of first semester, so we're halfway through the school year. So with that, thank you for a good evening, and maybe we'll be done by Friday morning.
We'll have more discussion.
Just wanted to make an announcement about our CPAC group, the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. It's a new committee or council that started this fall, and as it's been sort of a work in progress and evolving with parent input, with a lot of staff work and input. And we had our third meeting on January 9th, and it was really fantastic. The structure has firmed up a lot, and so the going forward, the calendar and all the future meetings are all on the website. It's a little hard to find, so I may have to talk to some folks about making that a little easier to find. But the idea is that it's open to all families, everybody who's got a child enrolled on an IEP or special education services, and the format is at the beginning, there's about a 30 to 45 minute presentation on a different topic related to special education. So on January 9th, we heard about IEP 101, right? And I mean, that could be a semester long course, but for those of us, and I'll include myself in that group, parents with children in the special education services, it is so much to learn, and it has been, I mean, I learned a ton in that. So just spread the word that these are going to be happening every month. The next one is February 7th. Backing up, so there's a presentation that's general information for everybody, and then what's really cool is then we break out into focus groups that are led by parents. And it's sort of based on sort of service area. So if you have, a kid in options in elementary school, there's a group you can go select and join, and you give feedback on that topic, right? What has been your experience? What are questions you still have? What are things that are working well? And all that is then gathered back up and then incorporated, and with the idea that this is actually going to start to impact and evolve and help improve our special education program. So it's been a work in progress, but I'm just so impressed with the team that's been involved, with the parents that have been involved. So I just want to spread the word that to get more people there, more voices at the table. So the next one is February 7th, and it's going to be on supplemental aids and assistive technology, which is, again, a huge topic, but really important and valuable. So let folks know. We'll get it up on the website, and thank you to everyone who's been involved with that.
Great report. I I spent some time going out to the community doing some levy presentations, so I was really happy to get out there and help educate our community. I think we did the sub kickoff after the last board meeting, right? It was in between. So we did the sub kickoff out at the airport, which was tons of fun, and got to listen to the levy presentation a couple more times out there. So I'm very versed in that. I enjoyed watching Creston and what's the young man's name? Brendan, when they testified at the Senate hearing on the purple ribbon. And then, so I'm really happy that Brendan and Natalie and Creston are involved in that. It's really important. I'm a little disappointed in our state legislature. Senate or House Bill 1550 is threatening to take away our TK funding. I'm really disappointed in that. So I'm going to draft a letter and submit it to the board so that they can review it, so that we can send a letter to the state legislature asking that they reconsider removing funding for TK. I think it's really important that we keep it. I'm very disappointed in Senate Bill 5059. I know Creston's addressed that. And also Senate Bill 5237, which is another opportunity for OSPI to take away local control from the school board. And so I'm hoping that people across the state will fight Senate Bill 5234. So that's it. Thank you.
Just one quick thing. You remember like 8 hours ago when the drummers from Vaughn were up here? And she asked them if anyone wanted to play a solo, and they almost all of them raised their hands. It reminded me of a speaker I heard once who was talking about exactly that, and how if you had young kids like in PE and you asked them who wants to be the quarterback, they all would raise their hand, and how hesitancy is learned, and as we get older, you either, for good reason, like I should not do a drum solo probably, you learn what you're good in, but it reminded me of, but a lot of it just is fear, and you get feedback from people, and you start to just do less and less things, as you get older, like about middle school, right? So it just reminded me of how important it is and how much I love that we put confidence as one of our values, because I felt like that just perfectly embodies the spirit of, not only just curiosity and, but confidence and courage, and so it was fun to see.
Excellent. Thank you all. Thank you for staying and sticking out this really late night. A lot of important work happens. We've talked for months about the best way to do the SIP plans, and I think we all thought this is going to be long, but I think, to your point, it really makes sense to have feeder schools so we can see that vertical alignment, which is a new term that I learned tonight that I'll keep using. Great presentations, great questions. Thank you for holding this district accountable and for encouraging success and growth and aspirational goals. Our students are very well deserving of our encouragement. I just wanted to tag on to the legislature. I encourage you all to kind of watch what's going on down in Olympia. You would be floored if you knew how many bills have been introduced that affect schools and affect our funding. And you've got to watch and pay very close attention, because there are some things that are great ideas, but they are more and more unfunded mandates. And as they come down on schools, they become untenable for us to maintain what we're doing already well, and then add on more. The transitional kindergarten piece is one that I think we will hopefully have some voice in. Anybody can testify. You go on, you don't even have to go down there, you can do it online. If there's something you feel strongly about, one way or the other, I encourage you to do so. And I just wanted to say thank you to our legislators. We had the opportunity to visit with Representatives Caldeer and Hutchins, and they toured us around with no notice and took Brendan in the chambers, and it was very, very exciting. And then when we testified in front of the House, I didn't even tell Senator Randall we would be there. She knew it was something that we were interested in, and she made time to come and sit with us. So we have a lot of support. I do have a heart for our military kids, but I also want it to be very clear that legislation that supports military kids really supports all of our kids and promotes inclusive environments in our schools, and that's something that I'm hoping to bring here through that legislation. It also brings funding by way of identifying those who qualify for federal impact aid. So thank you to Ashley for getting on that. And please, everyone gets lots of Parent Square emails and reminders that federal impact aid is a very quick survey. It's easy, quick, but it could mean hundreds of thousands of dollars for this district just by filling it out. If you work on a federal installation, the school district can recognize some funding for that. So with that, it is not yet 10:30, so this might be the longest, I think. So, okay, and make sure that's it. Our next meeting is going to be February 9th, 2023. It's a study session here at Swiftwater at 6 o'clock. And if there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned. All right.
Can you imagine years ago when I was on the board and we would be going into executive session in 10 minutes?